professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Top of the morning to our lovely viewers here in Lagos and all over the world. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. CBN extends BDC's recapitalization to December 31st. NAS budget insertions rise by 656% in 4 years. Maritime Bank gets $150 million for Nigerian shipyard upgrade. Trade tensions drags global growth to 17-year low, says World Bank. City seal signing of Turkey. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has extended the recapitalization deadline of the Bureau de Change operators to December 31st. This was revealed in a group chart of the BDCs following the expiration of the second deadline for the recapitalization exercise given by the CBN on the 3rd of June 2025. The CBN had initially set the deadline for December 3rd, 2024, extending it by 6 months to June 3rd to give operators more time to meet the new requirements. The president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, Aminu Gwadabe, had earlier revealed that the level of compliance remains alarmingly low. Moving on, the value of budget insertions by the National Assembly has skyrocketed by a staggering 656% in 4 years, going from 903 billion naira in 2021 to 6.9 trillion naira in 2025. Reports reveal that a consistent annual increase in both the number and value of this project added by lawmakers after the executive has proposed the federal budget highlights a deepening trend of legislative interference in Nigeria's budgeting process. The National Assembly inserted 5,601 projects worth 903 billion naira in 2021, growing to 6,462 projects in 2022 valued at 910 billion naira, while 7,447 totaling 2.2 trillion naira were inserted in 2024. This escalation has raised concerns among stakeholders who warn that unchecked insertions compromise transparency, encouraging project duplication. Still on, a financial deal worth $150 million is being secured by the recently launched Regional Maritime Development Bank for the upgrade and expansion of major shipyards in Nigeria. The deal was confirmed by the president and CEO of the RMDB, Adeniro Aderogba, which finally took off in May, 16 years after conception. Aderogba says the project will spur a wave of localized services, increasing the bank's ability to retain maritime businesses within the West and Central Africa sub-region. To end the local news, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has renamed the Abuja International Conference Center as the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center. The minister also revealed that other halls in the facility had been renamed after Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, House of Representatives Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, and Chief Justice of Nigeria Kekere Ekun. Wike revealed this during the inauguration of the ICC in Abuja on Tuesday, ascribing the completion of the rehabilitated conference center to the leadership of President Tinubu. The minister added that any ministries or government agencies willing to use the conference center will pay going forward to ensure the proper maintenance of the ICC. And on the foreign scene, the World Bank has cut nearly half a percentage point from its forecast on global growth at the start of the year due to escalating trade tension and policy uncertainty. According to reports, the new growth figures mark the slowest pace since 2008. The Washington-based lender slashed its 2025 outlook to 2.3% from 2.7% projected in January, the weakest in 17 years outside recessions in 2009 and 2020 created by the shocks of the global financial crisis and COVID-19 pandemic. The bank also warned that global growth in the first 7 years of this decade is on course to average 2.5%, the slowest for any decade since the 1960s. Also, death toll in a school shooting in the Austrian city of Graz by a former pupil has risen to 11. The dropout pupil, armed with 2 guns, opened fire in 2 classrooms shortly after 10 a.m. on Tuesday, June 10th. The death toll has stood at 10, including the gunman, but rose to 11 when one of 2 critically injured adults lost their fight for life in hospital on Tuesday afternoon. The Interior Minister Gerhard Karner says the 21-year-old sole suspect in the mass shooting had been a pupil at the school but did not graduate. And now to sport, Manchester City have completed the signing of Ryan Cherki from Lyon in time for the attacking midfielder to feature at the upcoming Club World Cup. The 21-year-old, who has made almost 200 appearances for Lyon, earning France caps, has signed a contract until 2030. City will pay a reported initial fee of €36 million plus add-ons, with the move announced just in time for the deadline to register players for FIFA's 32-team club tournament in the United States. To end the news, West Africa's Specialty Chemicals and Oilfield Solutions Unicel will honor Anas Yusuf of Nasarawa United with the prestigious Unicel Boot Award after he emerged top scorer in the 2024-2025 Premier League football season with 18 goals. The award ceremony will take place on Friday at the Radisson Blu Hotel GRA Ikeja, Lagos, where Yusuf will be presented with a $3.6 million cash prize calculated at 200,000 naira per goal. Yusuf's stellar performance not only earned him national recognition, but also made him the second Nasarawa United player after Sanusi Ibrahim to win the Unicel boot in 2019. The striker's clinical finishing and consistency throughout the season have drawn praise from fans and analysts alike. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far, they cannot come in from Marua, they cannot do that. So a lot of customers have said you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customers will come in. But for now, it really, really affects our job. A lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people we know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians, for everybody. So we have to, and for the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àgbàtúfẹ́ kan bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú. Torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó kọ̀ pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọn ò níṣẹ́ tó constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí wọ́n fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State because kí wọ́n máa jíjáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè dẹ̀ ti pọ̀ jù, wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù gan. Àwọn méjèèké ìmúkùmù tó ń mu ọkàn ń ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó lè bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti ń wọ ìtọ́ bá ti lè stop ẹ̀. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ju ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. Ìwé Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ wọn láti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug. Ní sùjú báyìí ẹ ṣe o.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdulrashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference, alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean, yes. that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better. And also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are set to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. But I'm not doing it alone today. I'm here with Mohammed Akonji, in-house analyst today, and I'm also here with Mr. Joshua Bassi, our very own TV director, and will be, helping us to dissect some of the stories.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Thank you. It's nice seeing you again.
How was your Salah?
It was fine. I mean, it was good. It's been a very long while I've seen you. Oh God. I mean, behind the scene, you've actually been able to attack me. We'll talk about that behind the scene because of our time. But it was good. It was actually good. Well done, Mr. Bassi.
I'm good.
I was holiday. I didn't see you yesterday, did I?
There was no holiday for us.
Oh my God. Sorry. It was actually a very long one. Thank you very much. I mean, it's my pleasure being here.
Welcome to the show. So good to have you gentlemen this morning. Let's start by seeing what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. The front page of the Business Day paper this morning says, how to manage biggest silent killer disease. Experts recommend traditional national food. So obviously this is a good time for
to go back
Nigerian
to go organic.
food. I mean, let's eat our eba, let's have our oha soup. I mean, we've always known that anyway. Now there's also another story on how to invest your 1 million naira. I'm really interested in this one because we need to know how to double our income. And then there's another one that says soldiers left behind as defense budget swells. Then there's also another story on page 31 that says Sanlam Alliance merged to enhance insurance operations in Nigeria, which seems like a good news for me because we know that Alliance happens to be one of the biggest insurance companies. So merging with Sanlam also seems like a good idea. But we're just going to take a just a quick analysis of one of these stories and then move on.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so you allow us to be able to dive into any. Thank you very much. Maybe I mean the banner story there was actually very touching because it's a silent killer, and that is high BP, high blood pressure. A lot of people are getting down, and it's actually been a lot of people are actually, bogged down, or people are actually dropping dead as a result of this disease. You can just be walking on the street, even early in the morning, somebody that is well dressed was just standing in the street and will just collapse, slump, and die. And the next day, oh, he had high BP, he had his the sugar level is quite low, or that the blood pressure is high and things like that. But the question there is, it has been attributed to our lifestyle. And that, I'm sure that's how you need to mention what the expert have actually recommended, the kind of lifestyle and the hustling and the bustling nature of what we do in the nation at the moment, maybe made us predispose a lot of us, to those challenges. And maybe with the idea there would therefore be to advise people for regular medical checkup, adjust our lifestyle, ensure that we always be able to hit, organic, as we're able to mention, or go back to traditional, that tend to be able to contain the basic balanced diet that's actually needed for our body structure and the required vitality and required nutrition that we need. I think they're actually available in the food. And the other thing I want to talk about there was maybe the Sanlam and Alliance merger. These are two biggest insurance firms in Nigeria that are actually coming together now to actually be able to, deepen insurance penetration in Nigeria. Insurance today, the insurance penetration in Nigeria is still about 8 to 9%, which is still very, very low. And I'm sure we've had discussion around this, myself and Elizabeth, about how people will just think like, why are you marketing insurance to me? Did I tell you I want to die? Or did I tell, are you praying that my house should burn down? Or are you praying that my house should, or that my car should? Maybe little by little, the awareness is coming, the orientation is actually getting out there. But with such a merger by these two biggest players in the space, and then try to be able to ensure that they engage in public sector education, public awareness and notification orientation, we go a long way to deepen insurance operations in Nigeria.
I think generally what insurance company needs to do is to make sure that they sort of change this negative connotation that people have about insurance. Because when people think of insurance, people think it's tied to something negative. So, and that's really it. But I think that people should shift their focus from thinking about it in a negative manner to thinking about it as a way to mitigate risk. Right? So you're mitigating risk. It's not that you're wishing any negative occurrence, because
it's part of
life itself is a risk.
It's an existential fact. There are primordial factors that are going to happen. It's going to happen, a risk.
So people maybe there is a need for that. And then the insurance company. So I'm hoping that with Sanlam and Alliance moving with the likes of Sanlam and all of that, I'm hoping that they do more, they make it more appealing. You know how what marketing should do is marketing needs
let people buy what they otherwise would have bought.
Feel like I have to do this.
I have to do this thing.
Enjoy it. Exactly. That's what the likes of the Coke, some of these beverage brands do.
Too, and then
insurance has to find a way to move this thing to make it look like, oh my God, if my phone, if I don't insure,
if I don't get it, something's gonna happen.
No, that's still negative.
I don't know, like
have to make
I needed to be in it.
Like, oh, I want to. Okay. I love my phone so much, so this I need to
ensure that it's always available to me at a point in time.
Create a different mindset. But let's move to the next paper we have today, and that's what I'm going to have Mr. Joshua come in. Let's look at what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning very quickly. Now it says the banner page here says talking about President Tinubu commissioning the Maitama Gishiri Bridge in Katampe and the Mabushi Link roads today. And I mean, today we're talking about that bridge. Yesterday it was about the International Conference Center. Then on the top left-hand side says PDP leaders divided over Wike's proposition for Southern presidency. Party risk becoming a carcass, and this is according to Fayoshe. We will respond appropriately. This is from the PDP. Now there's another story on page 9 that says, don't listen to BC bodies, bystanders, Tinubu counsels Wike. And then there's the final story, a report on page 19 that says federal government's plan for fresh $5 billion oil bank loan hampered by low price. Which of these stories do you want to take a quick stab at this point?
I mean, talk about the story where Mr. President was listen to, and then of course the commissioning. I think, yeah, Wike is one of the ministers in the president's cabinet that we cannot, whisk away. You cannot whisk away. You like him, you love him, whatever it is. When it comes to performance, you can't take it away from him. You have to give it to him. Yes, give it to him. A lot is being done in Abuja in terms of infrastructural development. A lot of that. So we've been seeing. I think they have like 6 projects or 6 or 7 projects they would commission. Yeah. Every day they will be commissioning in Abuja of one project or the other that the weekly has embarked upon. So fine, we give it to him. We pray to see more of that, and we really pray that other ministers too can, get into the kind of thing that Wike is doing. So such that whatever portfolio has been given to you in any cabinet, whether at the state level or the federal level, you are expected to use it to do something to affect life, and I think that's what Wike is doing. Apart from his all these political, that's another kettle of fish. In terms of that's another kettle of fish. But in terms of delivering, the assignment expected, yes, I think he's doing that in addition to all other things that he's doing. So we give it to him. But again, there's something I need to talk about that and this is my personal view. Renaming the International Conference Center in Abuja after Mr. President. I think that for me, we should begin to run away from this kind of a thing. I mean, that they were only just renovated. It's not as if it's built. It was built afresh. It's not built afresh. It's not from ground up, but just a renovation. We've had several presidents, who have come and gone, and that place has remained International Conference Center. But under Wike and President Tinubu, we've seen it renamed after the president. I don't think we really need this kind of a thing. You know one thing, Mr. Dr. Everything shouldn't be named after. Well, my question was even like, because it still is the sitting president. It's in office. So why rename this thing after Mr. President? It's been there, that was my worry as well. Because 2 things. Don't forget, this ICC is what is used to be able to announce presidential elections. Yes. INEC use it for election. I mean, general elections. The announcement of the result is done at ICC. ECOWAS conference is done at ICC. So if the president, because my concern is the president likely will run in 2027, and INEC will have the power to be in your building, name after you, announcing an election. If it goes the other way around, what more justification will INEC be able to say, I'm going to be able to announce a result that goes against the sitting president? And you know the point here, that's what I see. Mohammed, is the fact that Tinubu is not going to be in office forever. Of course. So if another president comes, they may decide again to change it. So what's the point? You keep changing. Do you know how many of those things have been named? Niger Airport, so also named after him. What we used to know is it's like a memorabilia, right? To be able to honor the memory of, I think that has been the trend. Exactly. Of course, Buhari's time, that has changed. You started seeing places named after him while the president is in office. The one that happened yesterday, I think like about 3 other places was actually renamed after President Tinubu. Perhaps how that is a new dimension to how things are actually going on. We need to be able to look into it. But give it to Tinubu, just like you said. I think I agree, because I think I saw the view of the place yesterday. And it was really in good shape. It was built by Julius Berger, and it was really, really in a very, was actually built to tests. Top notch. Top notch. Give it to him. I think he was able to do that. But I must add this. There's something Wike said yesterday, which Mr. President also confirmed. I mean, if you're going to use it, you have to pay. Or the MDA, so the ministry, department, it's not that like in the past where you just come and they use it and walk away. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you pay for it because so that they can maintain it. Exactly. The president mentioned before, that was April last year, when he was the president of chairman of ECOWAS. I think that was what Wike mentioned, that the president called him and said the whole place was an eyesore. The ICC and said,
have we sunk to this low in this nation that the ICC, where we host international conferences, could actually be in this state? And that's why I said, henceforth, after it has been refurbished and renovated, if you want to use, especially the ministries, department, and agencies of government, will have to pay to make use of those services.
Yeah, right. Let's move away from this story and just come back very quickly to this one where Tinubu is counseling Wike to not listen to busybodies and bystanders. What's it really talking about?
It was still a fallout of what happened yesterday.
Okay.
That you are a performing minister. Forget about busybody. I don't even know why the president was actually mentioning that you are performing, and regardless of what bystanders and busybodies are saying about you, no one can actually be able to take it away from the fact that yes, you are delivering on your mandate.
But again,
so
that is the
and that's what I'm saying. As a minister,
that is the political
statement.
That's the political part of Wike. I'm sure Mr. President was referring to, because there's so much.
There's so much all over. So the president mentioned that in terms of, because we know the problem that was happening in PDP, and he's a very strong political gladiator, which perhaps we're going to be able to talk about that based on what I think mentioned about PDP here. So we know that he's a very strong actor in terms of the division that that's happening in PDP.
Absolutely.
Now we have that he's planning to bring up 3 more governors to join. One of them joined last week. That's Akwa Ibom governor on Friday. We had that likely by the end of this week, Bayelsa, Taraba, and Adamawa will likely be able to follow suit.
Yeah,
and these are people that are aligned to him.
I think Plateau is also being
perhaps Plateau as well. Caleb moved 2 and 2. So that way, so I'm sure he's really be able to do the political machination, political job for the president. He's really getting it, and he's pulling a lot of gladiators from PDP. Perhaps bringing them into the APC. So the president was in fact laughing and saying, when he was saying that yesterday, don't listen to bystanders and busybodies. They are just poke nose into your affairs. You are delivering, and we are happy with what you are doing, and they will be able to continue.
He seems to have a really good vote of confidence from the president. From the president. I think that's a good thing.
To him. Yeah.
Let's look at what we have on the Guardian paper this morning on the BDTV newspaper review. The Guardian newspaper always has a very interesting spread. So the big story here says less than 30% public schools have computer labs and ICT savvy pupils. Now, just a little bit of infographic there. It says 65% of secondary schools in the country lack fictional libraries and 90% do not have computer laboratories. Now, 28.7% of senior secondary students have basic computer proficiency. Also talking about 72% of educators lacking digital training, and then 7% of Nigerians between 15 and 24 have ICT skills. Now, let's move to the page 3. On top left-hand side, it says days of electoral impunity is over, Obi declares. And then on page 3, it says Senate to change presidential inauguration venue and mandate June 12th address. Now, the news on page 3 says 150,000 cases of babies born with sickle cell disease yearly in Nigeria, and I think that's truly alarming. And then still talking about the busybodies and bystanders, Tinubu, Wike. Now, Knox trail Wike stakeholders meeting as PDP crisis deepens. We've spoken on that. Then speaking on June 12, says Lamido urges Tinubu to immortalize Humphrey Nwosu. This is news that continues on page 5 of the Guardian newspaper. And then World Bank is bullish on Nigerian economy, marks up growth forecast to 3.6%, and this continues on page 15. Yes, really bullish. And then on page 29, we're talking about the death and the people who died in Plateau State. 58 killed, 31 injured, and 15,000 people displaced in 6 weeks. That is truly alarming. And then finally, it says power outage plunges Adamawa, Borno, Taraba, Yobe in darkness. Lagos also in darkness.
I don't know. I think Lagos is in that. But perhaps maybe part. Because here now everything has actually gone. The whole place was a blanket blackout.
Okay, there are 2 stories that I would like to quickly speak on. Is the lead story that talked about that 30%, just 30% of schools in Nigeria, so that story for me is so significant, and it speaks to what we saw. For instance, the jam exercise that we saw, what happened, and of course, don't forget that WAEC is also talking about starting a computer-based examination. So it brings the picture to you to really see how badly we are doing in terms of computer literacy. You understand? And then we're talking about public schools here. And I've always made this argument that, look, beyond cities, where we have some semblance of computer literacy. And don't also forget that majority of Nigerians live in the rural areas. And so that's where you have, it also means that we have majority of Nigerian students, studying in the rural areas. And we are talking about public schools here. If public schools don't have computers, if public schools don't have,
70% of them don't
70% don't have, and then we are setting exam for students, CBT. So then it is not surprising. A lot of time we see a mass failure, as we saw the last time that JAM conducted, and of course we are also talking about here while also considering a CBT. So it means that perhaps we need to do first thing first.
And what's that?
For me, first thing first is that government should be able to fund public school and then make sure that both the teachers, the students, the facility or the infrastructure that require to make students and teachers themselves computer literate. Okay, that should be put in place first before we begin to. Much as I really want that we should transit to modern day, computer literacy and all of that. But we have to start from somewhere. We can't just come from the middle of nowhere and say, okay, yeah, we're going to do exam in the, student must do computer-based examination. Whereas they don't have the computer skill to be able to do that examination. So I think that this is where government needs to do a lot of work.
Because just to get there, 2027 is the deadline for all exams in Nigeria, external exams, to move
to computer-based.
That's the target. All of them have to be able to do that. So we are still having teaching problems.
Yes.
I'm talking about that. It's like you're just able to align that. By 2027 is the deadline for all to
less than 30%.
The percentage is actually it's staggering.
It's staggering. So it means that we need to do a lot of work there. But the other story I also want to quickly talk about on the front page of The Guardian is where the Senate is proposing that Mr. President is going to, the inaugural presidential inauguration will now be taking place within the confines of the National Assembly and no longer at Eagle Square, which we have been used to all these years. For me, seriously, where the venue of the presidential inauguration is not what matters to me. And it is not what matters to Nigeria. It is the message that the president brings on his inauguration day and the commitment of the president to following through the message and the promises. Right. That's what matters to me. If the president, if he can address us from his bedroom. It doesn't matter to Nigerians, really, if you ask me. It is the message that he brings. It is the commitment to delivering on that message upon his inauguration that matters to Nigerians. So whether they do it within the confines of the National Assembly or whether it is Eagle Square, wherever it is, what matters to Nigeria and what Nigerians are looking forward to seeing is that when the president is eventually inaugurated, he gets into office and begins to deliver on those his campaign promises. For me, that's what is important. It's not where. It's not the venue where the president is.
Or the June 12 address as well. Where it will be. I can't have been able to agree less with you. I so much, very much agree. But let me just talk about two stories as well there. I think it's the World Bank, the World Bank projections about our growth. It's and perhaps this is what the president will see and say that yes, we have turned around the corner. Some of us are still believing that we have not turned that corner yet. Maybe we've been able to get a hang of the problem, but that the economy has turned the corner. But look at what World Bank reported from their report yesterday. They became a bit bullish on Nigeria's growth. So IMF predicted that the growth this year will be 3.3%. And they too predicted 3.4%. That's our GDP growth this year. But their latest revision show that based on what they have seen and some of the indicators, they revised it by 0.2 basis point further. So saying that we are likely going to be able to grow by 3.6%. So that is an indicator that perhaps maybe we are on the right track to actually be able to get to the promised land. Perhaps this is what World Bank is saying. And based on the economic indicators that are looking on ground, the economy will likely be able to hit that promised land. At the end of the day, we'll likely be able to get there. And then the final story I think I would like to talk about there was the issue about electoral impunity. that the former presidential candidate spoke about. And then I think he actually be able to, he has actually been at the vanguard, at the forefront of that. We all know a whole lot of impunity that pervade our election in this nation. It's a trait that we all know that. And then, because I know the question on the Rise was on Rise TV over the weekend. I was even ask him about that. How do you think you need to be able to go about that? It's still about, oh, people should defend their vote. How should people be able to defend their vote? Right. How should you be able to go about that? Are you saying that people should actually harm themselves? Of course not. But the very first step should be, we needed to be able to amend the Electoral Act.
Which hasn't been done.
And
that's where really, because I was really saying to myself, where is Peter getting his confidence from?
Because the electoral impunity has to actually be able to come from the existing 2019 Electoral Act. Needed to be changed. National Assembly said they're going to do that before election 2027. But we know that in less than 8 months now, INEC will likely be able to declare campaigns and declare open 2027 election by February next year. And then when they are going to be likely announce the date of elections and the likes. So we know very well now, Electoral Act needed to, a lot of reviews, a lot of revisions, a lot of amendment needed to be made to that particular law. Yeah, certain things actually about IREV. At the time, it used to be Card Vida. I think Card Vida has been abandoned. We'll talk about IREV. Do we need to be able to go gun blast, full electoral voting? Would there be real-time uploading of results? Because that is where, in fact, most of the electoral fraud doesn't take place at the polling booth. They take place at the point of counting the results and uploading the results. That is where the alterations happen. And those electoral impunity, of course, we needed somebody like himself and other candidates to also be able to stand up and speak up to ensure that how can we be able to suppress such level of impunity that did not rear its ugly head again in 2027.
Right. So there are two stories I don't think we should just we should actually just mention them as well. The cases of babies born with sickle cell.
Thank you very
150,000 cases of babies born with sickle cell yearly. That to me is a very very worrisome.
That's quite huge, and I think I think at this point, Nigeria we need a lot of enlightenment that before you propose to that woman, please, I think there's need to go for genotype.
Try
to see that, they'll see that the woman is not AS, and the other one is not AS, because that we actually brings about the possibility of having SSS, child sickle cell, the anemia, So I think that's just it. We need to check our genotype to know that I'm not marrying someone with the same genotype with that. So a lot of enlightenment is required here. But the other one, where this problem is also coming from, is apart from just marriage, people just sleeping around, because you don't know. You see a lady, at the end of the day, pregnancy comes because you do. At the end of the day,
you deliver the baby,
and discover that So, but people should to be able to solve this problem is about enlightenment. It's about education, public education, and this is where teachers, Minister of Health, Minister of Education, National Orientation Agency. These are the kind of things we expect them to do. Go to school, and it shouldn't just be at the tertiary level. Go to a basic, go to primary, go to secondary. Let the education, let the talk begin from there.
Let them understand.
So that we don't, because the number is huge.
And the fact that everyone feels the impact. When you have someone in SS, the parents feel it, the children feel it. They wonder why you brought them to suffer like this.
Exactly.
You also, as a parent, as a sibling, do you understand? Everyone feels it. Even in the school, as a teacher, you feel it. The students feel it, because when they have
it's a multi-stakeholder impact. But the other thing, I was just able to, but I understand, was I think, because in fact, that was reported by Punch on Monday or there about, in fact, the title it as Love Lies, that even some people actually lied anyway. The emotion part is there, because you have a case where somebody do go for the genotype, due to reveal that, then one of the partners will actually be able to go back to the doctor and tell them, please don't reveal this case. They call it something about love and lies. People lied around that, but the implication is massive. We are seeing the consequence. The consequence is actually unbelievable. So we needed to, I'm sure that's why the Minister of Health and the Coordinating Minister of Social Welfare, Ali Pate, was the one who actually be able to raise actually Federal Ministry of Health about the number of sickle cell cases that were given back to those children every year. And then the statistics also be able to reveal those that die, those that survive. But the question there is, it is a national disaster that is really taking a whole toll.
Yes, and one other thing I need to also say, Elizabeth and Mohammed, is this. A lot of laboratories that we go, you know, sometimes the result doesn't give you exactly what it is. I know of a case where a man had gone for a lab test. He wanted to know his genotype, and it was AA.
Okay, that was the result. Okay.
That was the result, AA, right? But he got into a marriage, and then a baby came, and that baby was SS. And the man was like, what's going on?
What was the genotype of the wife?
The genotype of the wife was AS. You understand? So the man went back, went to another, I don't want to, it was in Lagos. He went back and discovered that the first result that he got was faulty. I don't know, was not right. That he actually AS. This was the second result. So it means that the lab, it means that the lab are also deceiving people.
Of course.
And so that's the need to upgrade their facility to make sure that the result that comes is truly what it is.
Or maybe you get second opinion.
Or just always get a second opinion.
Go to another lab. Go to another one to ensure that it can be able to vet and validate whatever.
It was a pathetic case.
That's very pathetic.
It was pathetic. And then
you to be able to sue the lab for that purpose.
To sue, but at the end of the day, it was leave it.
And that's why some churches always ask, you know, before they join you together, they would ask for those
test result reports
and ask you to get like from 2 sources so that we
can verify and say that
that's very important. We have to go. We're running out of time, but we need to also talk about the fact that 58 people are killed, 31 people are injured, and 15,000 people displaced in 6 weeks. We cannot turn a blind eye.
The plateau is still a bloodbath. Sorry for using the word. And something needed to be checked. Something needed to be done around that.
And because
of time, very, very quickly. They said the president wanted to be able to set up local vigilantes as well. One of the persons who paid him a visit during the Salah break mentioned that Sheikh was showing me about. He said he was asking the president about, what are you doing about security? My people are dying. I was like, yeah, he's planning to be able to set up, you know, apart from the forest guards, local vigilantes in communities to ensure they can be able to defend their people. But just like you said, something has to be done.
Something must be done urgently.
Very, very urgently.
It's a call to action to the government, whoever, the people in authority. They need to. We're talking about commissioning bridges and all of that. The people are dying. People are getting displaced. We need to really, really, really.
Do something
about it. But we have to go now. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning. That's the cartoon of the day, and it's just speaking on what we're talking about, like, you know, the priorities that the
misplaced priorities,
you know, the misplaced priorities, so to speak. So that is an image of supposedly the president, yes, and then we see
chess
right.
Chess pieces, right?
Yes, and then it says opening move.
Capture.
Subsidy.
What's next? Subsidy is gone. Subsidy is gone. Okay.
That's.
And you see subsidy shattered.
Right.
The profligacy is very much held strongly. I mean, that's profligacy, right? Is that profligacy or profitability? Sorry, profligacy, exactly.
So basically, the president is just pensive. It's just showing a case of failure. Yeah, failure of promised reform, because the promise was to reform. It was subsidy reforms and all. So you can see that it's pensive.
Mood. I think I see that.
It's
holding profligacy. That's what I'm saying. So the government has been profligate. Subsidy has gone. So what have you done about the subsidy? Has it just been diverted into, just like you talk about that, bloated budget, bloated cabinet members? You are traveling foreign travels. You actually be able to spend money on all those things. So profligacy is actually getting fatter. Subsidy has actually been dismantled. No doubt about that.
More money has gone to state governors that are not utilizing it for the benefit of the people. We are not feeling the impact.
Well, that's one of the theories. Many of them are joining him because of, you know, the kind of more money is actually getting now. at least on record. They actually be able to get
so that's a bloated king piece that is holding, and then it is looking.
I think it reads it profligacy.
Yes, yeah.
Is it profligacy?
Yeah, the bloated king piece is the profligacy.
Subsidy is the chest piece shattered.
It's crushing. Actually, it's actually using this piece to crush that subsidy rook.
Okay.
That's the rook for the subsidy. So it's using to crush it, and then you can see that it's now broken with naira notes that's spilled out of its crown. So it's just basically talking about the failed subsidy reform and all of that.
No, I mean it is because today subsidy very, very interesting. I think it's still the failed subsidy. They still believe that they've diverted the money. Yes, on Tuesday, they told us that 84 billion naira has been saved from subsidy removal. And NOA released that. In fact, I was studying that at the office yesterday to see, okay, so what has actually been utilized to it? And the only thing they still be able to mention or the bask on is the fact that more money is going to the state, salaries are paid on time, and that's what it kept. I'm talking about the government to NOA.
I want to just add that there also the conversation and what that cartoon
is pointing towards.
You talk about this subsidy removal and reforms and all of that, but it's sort of like a Trojan horse for reckless spending
on the part of the government.
On the part of the government. So it's like two sides that are completely they're supposed to be married.
Double-edged sword, of course, but
it's like a double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword on Nigerians, the way it is.
Right, but that's where we have to wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
This morning. Do I get a handshake too? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being on the show this morning. That's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, home to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
It was an evening of culture, connection and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory and meaning. A journey that drew Nigeria's top business leaders, diplomats and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat, and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Nigeria and boom. I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started.
Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985. As a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily, it's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things. The ordinary person's life, you know? And I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. Hakeem Adedeji collection.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age because I love all things aesthetic. And I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambiance, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambiance around you. So, yeah, I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space.
It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of the art, the story, and the calling that some of these pieces have for me. But there's no particular theme, but I will say that I tend not to collect works that are sad. I tend to collect works that have joy and that are figurative. I don't do a whole lot of abstract art, especially figurative art. I think that we, in this continent, in this country, have an absolutely beautiful culture. We have an incredible sense of the aesthetic, incredible sense of art. And I think collecting with purpose is about showcasing what we have. And I think it's also about giving life and continuity to African artists, to what we have that is so beautiful, and celebrating all of our artisans, our artists, our people, and our culture. I hope they take away that you can start small and you don't even necessarily have to have an objective. It's just the appreciation of a piece that calls your name and that calls and speaks something to you. And I hope they take away that everybody can be a collector, anyone and everyone. I think we do have an appreciation for art. I think somehow we're beginning to lose that because we don't take a lot of pride in the aesthetic that we have. And if you look in ancient times, even common everyday pieces were art. We have amazing artisans. And I think that people should understand that bringing this into their world and into their life is bringing a little bit of culture and a lot of beauty and a lot of meaning.
Since its launch in 2022, the gallery has become a platform for cultural engagement, bridging finance, creativity, and community through quarterly exhibitions.
Well, for Coronation, we seek to democratize access to sustainable wealth. That's what we do. So whether across our entities you're coming to us to invest or to lend or to insure, we have 12 entities that provide all of these financial services. What we're trying to do, every single day is to create a pathway for more and more people to access wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another. And we see that there's a strong connection between wealth and arts. We see wealth as somewhat the language of art. And so I think it makes sense that we would also want to democratize access to art, but particularly African arts. We don't believe art should only be something for the elite and for the few. We want art to actually be something that helps us interpret our past, express our present, and even craft the future for us. So some of the works that you see here, they are many 103 decades old. We have more recent works, but the heart of it all is ensuring that the entire ecosystem continues to be preserved. What do I mean by the ecosystem? The creators themselves, the collectors like Mr. Akim and Liberty were showcasing today, the curators, like us, involved in cultural programming and conservation, and even for you, the communicators, all together work to ensure that we continue to keep the art scene thriving. And so that's where we see ourselves as Coronation, ensuring that we play our own role in funding the ecosystem, propelling the ecosystem forward, and by so doing also connect with a passion point for our customers as well. So for us, it's a language through which we speak to our customers. It's a language that allows us to engage in dialogue, and it's a language that also allows us to transfer legacy from one generation to another. Art has always had a significant place with it. Masters like the Ewan, for example, who were very big on pre-independence art, it's a mode of expression. So whether it is freedom from whatever it is that it's all thinking about, it's a mode for driving economic development as well as empowerment. So art is a tool for driving economic empowerment, and art is a tool for telling our stories to give it a sense of belonging. So nation building is there, which I believe is actually a missing part. When last do you see a 10-year-old who said, I wanted to collect a piece of art, or I wanted to do some art? And the reality is that sometimes a little earlier, at age 5 and age 7, they're actually already drawing and creating art, but somehow they get into their teen years and art becomes something that is boring. That's what we want to avoid. We want that passion for art to continue to carry from generation to generation, so that our own things, our own art is not lost. It's been amazing. And you know what makes me know that I look at the faces of the collectors who actually own the art. And when the art is on our walls, in the ambience and the environment, it makes them light up. They almost cannot believe that it's the same work that is attracting so much conversation, joy, happiness, and beauty, which is what art really does. It releases us into, higher dimensions of living. That's the way I look at it. So I think the reception has been awesome. It has been that way every single, exhibition. We do this quarterly, and every single time, feedback we get is that it's evolving, it's growing, and it just keeps getting better. So it actually means what I kind of started with, that there's an entire ecosystem around the art. Many people see art as what the creator alone does, but there's the ecosystem of people who make the textile, people who frame the works, people who ensure the works like us, people who do cultural programming like us, people who conserve the art. So there's so many parts to the art, and that's the entire ecosystem that patrons recognize they need to support. Whether supporting people just, educating the artists, exposing the artists, bringing them into galleries and museums that, would expose them to grow and for their works to continue to appreciate in value. That's the entire ecosystem that we're highlighting tonight. Also showing the part that Coronation plays in that ecosystem. I think one of the most powerful parts about leadership is your ability to create a picture, for those who follow you. So with creativity and particularly express the art, we're able to almost create a vision, shape a narrative, imbibe a value. That's where leadership comes, and as I believe that's where creativity and leadership can interplay. Oh, absolutely. Everyone you see on the walls here. So we focus on contemporary Nigerian art today, and that's really what we do: African art, Nigerian art, but particularly we show contemporary African art because that's what we want to promote. We believe in the beautiful future of Africa, and that's what we're highlighting here today. So we're not just showing works of the masses, we're actually showing works for people who have grown through that ecosystem, like I said, who have submitted themselves to learning, growing, developing their craft, and today we're happy to showcase what the prevalent.
As the night proceeded, some of the attendees at the event shared their experiences from a beautiful night.
When it has to do with arts, anything creative, I'm really, really open because I think it inspires me somewhat, and I feel relaxed when I actually see other people's art and I see what other people are creating. It feels like I can do something better, greater. So it pushes me, inspires me. Now I don't know the name, but there is an art there that feels like my mom. I don't know, the body, the demeanor, the attitude just reminds me of my mom. That's my favorite. I know art lovers in Nigeria. People spend money for art in Nigeria because I don't know, what are we doing in this life without art now? The colors, the creativity, the shape, everything. It's something we should all look forward to, and Nigerians love art in every kind of way. Yeah, I do. I paint sometimes, but not. But I do paint, and yes, I even want to fill my house with more art. It's money, boys. It's money to spend. I think this just announces more artists to more people. They're really, really helping a lot of people, and it's also the whole event is well organized, and you just have reputable people that love the art, that can purchase it, and that can spread the word. It's really, it's a great, great experience.
Because I love art, actually, that's why I'm here. I love art that can make me think, that can make me analyze, try to figure out what exactly I'm looking at. So yeah, that's why I'm here. This one, really. And this one caught my attention because initially I passed this art twice and I didn't know what I was looking at. But the third time I figured that, okay, these are ballerina dancers. So I had to pause to think, to figure out which is interesting for me. I love art that has a story behind it. So, yeah. I think it's all about, understanding. I'm gonna put it in perspective. So understanding why you as a human being, you're here. I'm looking into your future, looking at what kind of impact you want to have. What do you want to be remembered for even when you're not here, basically. So that's what legacy is all about. And I'm gonna tie that directly to this particular art right there. You can see that it's a young boy, sort of looking into his future, trying to figure, okay, do I have a future? And if I do, what does that look like? So for me, this particular art depicts the entirety of this house issue. Then, you know, people are talented. There's a lot of creativity in the world. Looking at this art, it's amazing how people can, you know, put their thoughts down on a canvas. So I'm just going to go over with the fact that there's a lot of creativity. What's it called? I'm gonna speak from the artist's POV. I think it's really good for them. It gives the visibility that, you know, they otherwise would maybe have had. So it helps people to see their work. It helps them showcase their work. I mean, I had a conversation with one of the artists, and it was just lovely to, you know, understand his thought process where he's drawing on the canvas. So I think it helps with the visibility from the artist's point of view. So yeah.
It is very meaningful because most of the artists presented here are very good cream of the crop artists from Nigeria. And so to see a beautiful collection like this assembled from work of Nigerian artists is fantastic. I'm connected to a lot of the pieces. You know, it's like asking your favorite child. Not all of them speak to me. I like this one because of the massive nature. And this was done by my friend, Professor Pejula Iwola. She teaches now in the University of Iowa in United States. She used to be in University of Lagos. I think it's growing, especially around Lagos and Abuja, and it's growing to the upper parts of Nigeria. But it's a welcome development. It's a welcome development. Collecting with purpose means collecting with direction. I support the work of artists because they mean something to me. Two things have to come together.
Good morning and welcome to the morning market brief, and today is Wednesday, June 11, and I'm David Olujimi. Before we go into the market brief, here are some of the business news making the rounds. So first of all, Nigeria kicked off crude oil exports from the Otakikpo onshore terminal in Rivers State. This is the first indigenous onshore facility in over 50 years. It was developed by Green Energy International Limited. This $1.3 billion terminal is set to unlock over 40 stranded oil fields. Basically, on June 8, the maiden export was completed with a Shell-chartered vessel that marked the terminal's operational readiness. It has a 750,000 barrels storage capacity and a 360,000 barrels per day pumping capability. That is making it one of Nigeria's most significant energy infrastructure projects. The chairman of the company, Anthony Adegulugbe, hailed the feat as historic. He credited divine grace, staff resilience, and regulatory support. Then we see that the Afrexim Bank has now reacted to Fitch Ratings report. In a statement on Tuesday, the bank said it fully adheres to IFRS standards, including IFRS 9, with detailed disclosure in its 2024 financials. Basically, there's been a back and forth between Afrexim Bank and Fitch. Fitch defines non-performing loans differently from what Afrexim Bank defines it as. That has caused the ratings organization to downgrade Afrexim Bank to just a territory above the junk territory. Basically, the agency acknowledged Fitch acknowledged Afrexim Bank's financial resilience. It acknowledged the strong collateral and the significant provision on sovereign exposures. The bank's capitalization, liquidity, and risk management were rated positively. But Afrexim Bank clarified that it is not involved in any debt restructuring talks, citing its founding treaty as binding. Recently, for the past 2 months, Afrexim Bank and the Ghanaian government have been at loggerheads over what the Ghanaian government is claiming should be restructurable envelope. Afrexim Bank claims that its loans are not in the restructurable envelope. The Ghanaian government claims that Afrexim Bank's loans are in the restructurable envelope. Basically, an Afrexim Bank is claiming its founding treaty as the statute behind why it will not be involved in any debt restructuring talks with the Ghanaian government. Aliko Dangote, the president of the Dangote Group, has announced that there's going to be a significant restructuring of Nigeria's downstream oil sector. Following President Bola Tinubu's visit to the $20 billion Dangote Petroleum Refinery, he revealed plans for a full-scale overhaul. He clarified that this is not focusing on fuel price reductions. He said it's going to be one of the biggest change in the country. Not a price cut, but a full-scale overhaul. Basically, the refinery will be listed on the NGX and they are going to be starting with the fertilizer unit. Dangote praised Tinubu's economic reform, citing that it has now led to a favorable climate for industrial development. And the Nigeria's $5 billion oil-backed loan deal with Aramco, Saudi Aramco, is facing delays amid falling crude prices and mounting concerns from potential financiers. The deal that was first proposed in 2023 would be Nigeria's largest oil-backed loan and Aramco's first major financial entry into Nigeria. But since January, Brent crude has dropped by almost 20% and it is raising fears of Nigeria's ability to repay that loan, especially as existing oil-backed debt, for example, the one with the Afrexim Bank that was taken in 2023, is already consuming 300,000 barrels per day. Lenders are worried about Nigeria's unstable oil output. Basically, if the deal would finalize, or if we're able to come to a headway with the deal could deepen Saudi Arabia and Nigeria's energy ties. But for now, international banks are remaining cautious. Now let's head into the market highlight from yesterday's trading session. The NGX took a breather yesterday. It was a bit of bearish action after we've seen significant bullish action over the last 3-4 trading sessions. The NGX shed 599 points or 0.52% to close at an all-share index of 114,017.48 points. Year to date, the market is still in the positive territory, up 10.78%. Market capitalization settled at 71.9 trillion, basically with 18.9 billion in value traded across 652 million shares. In the green zone, we'll see our top gainers as Beggar Paint that there was a full bid on Beggar Paint, went up 10% to close with a share price of 22.55 naira. Intransact International also was up 10%, full bid 6.60 naira. Then Dark Communications, after a whole year of bearish action, it also saw full bid to close at a share price of 60 kobo. Legend Internet gained 9.93 naira after significant bearish action over the last 2 weeks to close at a share price of 5.87 kobo, and Omatech also gained 8.22 naira to close at a share price of 79 kobo. On the flip side, we see RT Briscoe slumped by 10% to 2 naira 25 kobo. So we are seeing investors start to take profit after we've been seeing a lot of interest in that stock over the last 1 year. John Holt lost 9.87 naira. John Holt has been one of the significant gainers in the NGX this year, 6.85. Basically, what we've been seeing this year is that we've been seeing a lot of, what we saw yesterday was a lot of profit taking, as Bitter Glass also went down 9.69% to close at the share price of 210 naira 10 kobo. Bitter Glass was around 232 naira. That is now the second highest gaining stock in the NGX this year. We saw Aradel fall by 9.09%, close at 500, share price of 500 naira. Recall that in the last trading session, Aradel saw a 10% gain, and now we've seen, as we saw the full bid, now we are seeing a lot of selling, selling pressure on that stock. Deep Capital was down 8.16% to close at a share price of 90 kobo. And in terms of the traded stocks, the trading value was led by Access Holding with 88 million shares, 88.299 million shares, worth around 1.97 billion. Zenith Bank, we saw a trading volume of 49.33 million shares, reaching a trade value of 2.519 billion. In terms of value, GT Bank, GT Co Holdings led the entire market with a trading value of 3.34 billion naira, resulting in shares of 47.25 million shares. GTCO is now at its all-time high after hitting the 71 naira mark as a share, first time ever. Fidelity Bank also saw significant trading action with a with a trading value of 844 million shares and a trading value of 844 million naira, excuse me, across 42.925 million shares. Then Coronation Insurance, or WAPIC as it's known on the exchange, saw significant trading volume of 34.998 million shares, resulting in a trading value of 70.5 million naira. On the in the international scene, we've been seeing the US market take quite a bit off. We've been seeing the US market go up and up as investors are banking on the hopes of progressive talks between the US and China. According to the US Commerce Secretary yesterday, he stated that there was massive progress in the ongoing talks between the US and China, and hence we've been seeing significant bullish action. Yesterday we saw Dow Jones up 0.25%, S&P up into the 6,000 zone once again this year. The last time it was in the 6,000 zone was in February. Now it again is in the 6,000 zone. The way it's going, it may hit it an all-time high in the coming days if this bullish action continues. Nasdaq also saw significant progress with a 0.63% gain, leading to a Nasdaq Composite Index of 19,714.99. And this sentiment continued across the Asian market as we saw the Kospi up 0.32%, 0.56%, I beg your pardon. Nikkei 225 0.32% up. However, there was just a bit of bearish flat movement in the Hong Kong index, 0.08% decline. Across Europe, we also see a bit of mixed action with the FTSE up 0.24%, the CAC 40 up 0.17%, and the DAX index down just a little bit by 0.77%. And that's all we can take across the market. Thank you for staying with us on Morning Market Brief Business Day TV.
Good morning and welcome to bdtv Roundtable, where we discuss the critical issues that are germane to society. Today, we'll be focusing on the extension of the Lagos Blue Line rail to the Okoko-Maiko from Mile 2 by the Lagos State Government. That's the plan, and we want to discuss that issue and see how that will affect individuals and citizens or residents of the Lagos Badagry Expressway who live along that axis. So that will be the focus of our discussion today. And my name is Joshua Bassi, your regular host, and as usual, I have with me Mr. Chuka Roko, Assistant Editor of Business Day, and of course, Mr. Odinaka Anudu, the Deputy Editor of Business Day. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. The Blue Line Rail system, you recall, was commissioned by former President Muhammad Buhari in February 2003. But of course, operation did not commence. Commercial operation did not commence until September of that same year by the Lagos State Government. But since the commencement of that, operation or commercial operation of the Blue Line Rail, I mean, so much has been said about it. It has brought so much, happiness to people around Mile 2, around Relay, around, Coca, who have been using it to, shuttle between Mile 2 and Mile 2 and Marina on Lagos Island. On Sunday, Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide, Sanwo-Olu, announced that the state will be extending the service to Okoko-Maiko from Mile 2, which is the second phase, of that project. And everybody's just looking forward to it. And okay, so today we feel we should discuss that and see how that will impact the residents of that part of Lagos State. Perhaps I should start with you, Mr. Uroko. So What are your expectations from the extension of this project for Michael?
Well, thank you so much for that question. The first phase of that new rail line, in my estimation, has been a huge success. And that is why the state government is thinking of extending it to the end, because it was planned to run from Marina to Kukumaiko, making up 27 kilometers.
Yes.
So far, they have done 13. That's from Marina to Maitu. And this one particularly has been of immense help to Lagosians. Patronage is huge, and people enjoy traveling by that rail.
Yes.
And the only thing that people complain about, which is not so loud, is the fact that it's more expensive than they expected. Because if you look at the fare from Maitu to Marina, they charge as much as 750 naira. And if you move by road, by bus, it costs you less than sometimes 500 naira. Sometimes, of course, it's not fixed, unlike the rail. But extending that facility to Okukumaiko will be another tremendous success. And because I'm familiar with that axis, I can see that Lagos State is really offbeat with preparation for that extension. That side is a huge construction site. Right now, as we are talking, they are working because they need, the first phase has up to 5 stations: Marina, National Theatre, Igomu, and then Maitu. No, you have Alabasu and then Maitu. So this one, I presume, may be more than 5 stations because it's longer. You have a balance of 14 kilometers for them to finish that thing. But over time,
there's going to be a station at Mazamasa,
and then you have
around
Alakija. Yes, that's why in Alakija. That's why in
be at Barracks.
Barracks, and then you have at Yanoba. And then the final Okumaiko. So right now they're at Yanoba, and they're building very massive station there. So I believe that extending it to that place is a welcome development because it's going to help Lagos citizens, especially people living around that axis, on that axis. It's going to help them a lot. And it's going to be a win-win situation for both the Lagos State government and for the residents. Because while it is going to enhance business trips, business travels, it will also increase the state's pulse by extension, because I learned that from Maitu to Marina takes less than 20 minutes. So expectedly, maybe from Okukumaiko to Marina or CMS, we take maybe around 30 minutes or 20-something minutes. And rather than spending 2 hours on road driving, or even if it's 1 hour half to 30 minutes, we see the difference. So people will naturally patronize that.
Okay, thank you, Chuka. So, Odinaka, what do you foresee will be the economic benefits of this extending this project to Okumaiko from Maitu, at least for the communities along that axis, and of course even to the state governments?
Well, there are so many benefits. So you need to understand that transportation is about 1/4 of Lagos GDP, 26.4% of Lagos GDP. So when you have another means of transportation, that is rail, connecting Maitu to Kumaiko, you also find that you are expanding the GDP of Lagos. And GDP is just economy. So the first thing it does is that it's going to expand Lagos economy. The second thing is that it's going to help the people. Economy is also about people's well-being. So when people are able to move easily from one place to another, it actually reduces the costs. You know, if you look at Lagos, what Lagos State loses annually to Lagos traffic is about 4 trillion. According to the Danish, there was a research done by the Institute of Research some years ago. They've mentioned that Lagosians lose, or Lagos State as an economy loses 4 trillion every year from traffic. And that's a lot. That's about almost 11 billion every day, naira. So if you look at expanding your transport network system through rail, through the rail system, you find that it's going to reduce the traffic, and then that money you lose constantly in traffic can be turned into the economy. So you know, one thing about economics is that it takes time. So this kind of project is going to take time before you begin to see the impact on the Lagos economy. But when it comes to the people, it makes an immediate impact, because you see people from. So I also foresee that people coming from Habara, which is another state, Ogun State, might also be using that rail transport a lot. And you know, Habara is an industrial hub. Yeah. So you find that the workers, a lot of trade will also be going on between Habara or that axis to and Lagos. So I see that place is a very sometimes, and again, you know, that place, as long as I know, that place is the traffic usually clocks from that place into Lagos. So sometimes, especially during the evening, I see that reducing that hour spent on traffic. Yeah. So it's going to be a lot, and also contribute to the Lagos IGR, because you know people are going to. In fact, it's a lot of people are enjoying it already. I enjoy mood. In fact, I'm excited about it. Let me just say that.
Okay, thank you, Odinaka. Chuka, in what way do you see this catalyzing urban development and regeneration of Okokomaiko and its surroundings?
Okokomaiko, you know, is a slum, one of the slum areas in Lagos. It has overcrowding there. That place falls under the areas we call ungoverned areas in Lagos. People just live their lives because they have to live their lives. Government doesn't bother how they do their things. The only government presence you have there is maybe police and the government revenue generators. That's the government presence.
We have LASU there.
Well, that happened there a long time back. They have LASU really.
As a matter of fact, it's not the government.
It's a color. These are the things that what I mean by
education.
Yes, but what I mean by ungoverned area is that the kind of policing you see at the city center, the kind of care in terms of infrastructure decay. Sometimes they excavate or scrape roads from here and bring those debris and pour on the roads over there. The beauty of that area now is because of the Lagos Badagry Expressway, which has come to stay and has actually changed a lot of things around that area. So the coming of the rail will just complement whatever gain the Lagos Badagry Expressway has made. And the first thing is that it has shortened travel time. It has saved costs, as just my colleague has said. And it is expected that that is going to actually impact on real estate in that axis.
Absolutely.
There will be more investment in real estate because the demand will jump. Yeah. A lot of people are already taking position because they know by the time the rail comes, it's going to help them, not just because of a movement. You know, businesses may crop up from in different areas because patronage will be high. Anywhere you have a train station, it's always almost an economic hub. People gather around that place and businesses start to develop. So expectedly there will be improvement in property prices. There will be demand for real estate assets, especially residential, especially commercial real estate. And as he pointed out, people from these other areas, especially that Agbara, that is an industrial area, there are so many people there also who commute from that area to the city center here, burning fuel, spending money on other forms of transportation, which is not efficient because they don't lack speed. there's always gridlock around that area. So the coming of this rail will actually revolutionize a lot of things around that axis. But the people, major beneficiaries of that development are real estate developers, property owners like landlords and the rest of them. Especially tenants or renters will have their fingers to burn because they know rent will go up.
Okay, so on the flip side,
yes,
you are likely to see some form of congestion again because the people are likely to move down.
Yes, there will be congestion, and as I said before, it's an ungoverned area. Government is not going to mind how do you live your life, because in areas like all these other areas in Lagos that government caters for, once they see that kind of thing, government will always come to their rescue. There must something government will do, at least to alleviate their suffering. But over there, let me give you a typical example of one area called Alabarago.
Yeah.
Alabarago is an eyesore. It's not supposed to be part of Lagos.
That's just around Lasso.
That is once you leave Lasso, slightly is situated between Lasso area and Okokomaiko. And of course, you know that Okokomaiko, Lasso is just in Okokomaiko. Yes. But you have to leave Lasso, then you get Alabarago. That place is not supposed to be part of a city that calls itself a mega city or a city of excellence. Because this is an area where you see people living on the road, people trading on the road, people defecating on the road. There's nothing that does not happen in Alabarago. Unfortunately, government lacks the political power to come and address what severally they will threaten. We are coming to close down this, we are coming to, but once they do it, they do it in the morning, in the evening, you see everything coming back to life, and nobody will come to challenge them.
Okay, so for Odinaka, so in the light of what Chuka has said, what do you think the Lagos government should take into consideration in extending the rail towards Okuko? Are there things that you think that the government should consider, either maybe environmental or in terms of just to make this something that is worthwhile?
To that awareness have to help them conduct themselves in a way that should befit that kind of transport facility. If you go to a place like Dubai, you see they have what they call the metro. The metro is planned in such a way that you don't see anybody on the road unless you get to the train station. You won't see any human being on the road, not even other ordinary transport, unless you see some people who are using their private cars, because there's no need for you to use your own private car if you have to make a long distance, maybe from Okokoto to Marina. So you don't have to drive. So unless people who are doing short shuttles between their office and their houses, people who live in a city center, you don't see people on the road. So if they can plan this in such a way that within that axis, people don't have to cluster on the road, people don't have to loiter on the road. And then government has to do something about controlling this Agberu business, Agberu business in Lagos. Yeah, because if you go to Maitu, for instance, Maitu is supposed to be somewhere somebody can go and see development. But the activities of these people, they don't allow anything good to happen in Maitu. I'm just praying that maybe when the interchange is finished, some of these things will be controlled. But as it is now, it doesn't befit an area like that where you have a major train station. So I believe that the citizens actually have their own part to play, but government has to enable whatever they have to do. Government must enable it. That's my.
Oh, thanks, Odinaka. Some people will express concern about job losses. Okay, I mean those who are into bus drivers, conductors. Okay, train is coming, it will extend to Kuku, so it means that a lot of people will switch patronage to train, and so there's likelihood of losing job. I don't know, but I don't know what do you see? Do you see this creating more jobs, or you see this causing people to lose their jobs? So what's your take on this? Of course, because in any case, the government will employ. I mean, they will employ drivers. They will employ those who work in the train station.
Night watchmen.
So do you see it creating jobs or causing
the problem is that development comes with its own hazards, and you know when you're developing a city, a mega city like Lagos, you also have to take into consideration the fact that the development you are doing will come with some threats or hazards, as well as there are upsides and downsides. However, for this particular issue, I do not see how building a rail from Mile 2 to Michael will stop drivers from flying the road. So if it stops you from flying that road, has it stopped you from flying from Mile 2 to, let's say, Second Rainbow or probably Airport Road? So the economy is so wide and big, so you can always choose where to run to. The most important thing is that we are trying to solve a problem in Lagos. The problem is Lagos is traffic jams, and the problem is Lagos is populated. That area, that is actually a crisis waiting to happen. From my 2 to go. You should see sometimes in the evening when I used to fly that.
The number of people on the road.
You see the number of roads to look like the people who are going to war. So, and that's exactly what the Lagos State government is trying to solve. And we need to have a development mindset, not to refer to. Well, I don't think we should be referring to bus drivers who have several routes in Lagos to fly. So if no driver will fly that route, fine, as long as there is a functional rail system. So I do not see it. I'm trying to answer it in a more creative manner. I don't just want to say that because you don't expect the driver to be a watchman. So, but the driver has the choice to actually take other routes. That's exactly what they need to start thinking about. So the problem is beyond an individual who is trying to fly that road and make money for himself and the family. There is a bigger issue. The bigger issue is that we solve the problem from, I don't know how many people there are, but I'm sure that there are probably up to maybe 5 to 10% of Lagos. So you can imagine the impact it would make on the people around there. Finally, you also have to understand that the Lagos State government is going to make money from it. This is a big economy. Last year, I think it was last year, it was estimated that, even though I don't think it's accurate, because inflation has happened over time. So somebody mentioned, I think it was Lagos State, one agency in Lagos, about $259 billion or so, about 66 trillion. So that's a big economy. And last year, Lagos generated about how many? Say 1.3 trillion in revenue. So you can imagine how much Lagos State can generate that can be put into infrastructure development across Lagos. So that's exactly the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the Lagos revenue, the GDP, and the man who lives in Okoko, who is going to be helped by this kind of infrastructure.
Let me just add to what I just said. Possibility of job loss is remote. It's not something anybody can even think about, because, as he pointed out, the population from that axis is massive. And that's why I think it was 2 days ago or yesterday, the governor launched an additional three,
that was on Sunday.
three trains added to the existing number. And that will not be enough. Why am I saying this? The number of vehicles leaving Abara or Badagry coming to Lagos on daily basis, if you stand by the road and take the census of such, is huge. Then this is being complemented by BRT, the bus rapid transit. Yet we see a large crowd every morning, every afternoon. There's no time you come out there and say, it's light period. It's always peak period along that axis. And government knows this. That's why they're investing heavily on that axis. Because if you think this Lagos Badagry Expressway was, the contract was awarded in 2009 by Fashola. It has survived 3 administrations, yet it's not yet completed. But if you see the speed with which they are constructing the rail line and these stations, that tells you that there's something in there for the government, because they are not investing for nothing. Taxes coming from that side, I don't think is reasonable, and like the kind of thing they get in the cities like Koi, Victoria Land, and Lekki. That's why this place is developed, because taxes coming from there can sustain government expenditure on the area. But for that place, anything you do for them is just a kind of social work. Just doing it because these are our citizens, and when they do it halfway and leave it there. But because of the nature, because the people there are resilient, they are tough, they can exist in any environment. But you see the kind of speed with which they are doing this rail and the stations. You know, the government has seen enormous revenue coming from that access. That is why I just believe that no matter the number of trains they put on the line there, it will not be enough to put bus drivers or bus operators or other modes of transportation out of job. They will be coexisting side by side, and everybody will be making his income.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Roko and Mr. Odinakanuru. This is where we're going to wrap up for today. It's been an interesting conversation on the extension of the Lagos Blue Line Rail to Okokomaiko. That's the plan by the Lagos State government. It was announced on the Sunday by the State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who is seen to be serious pushing this project. They've announced by 2026 that this project will be completed, and so Lagosian will be able to look forward to a better ride, a smooth ride on train, and of course that would be. But there's something interesting thing we must also add, that of course this is also going to reduce carbon emission.
This will help the environment.
Then we're going to have a cleaner environment compared to what we currently have, where we have so many of these carbon emission by buses. So thank you so for viewing, and we really appreciate your giving us your attention. And so we call it a wrap, and then till we come again your way. This is BDTV Roundtable. My name is Joshua Bassett. Thank you.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started, and since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually I don't care, because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the one customer will come in. Not like before, when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far, they cannot come in from Marua, they cannot do that. So
A lot of customers have said you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customers will come in. But for now, it really affects our job. You found a lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people we know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians, for everybody. So we have to, and for the in the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àgbàtúfẹ́ kẹ́ bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó kọ̀ pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọn ò níṣẹ́ tọkàn constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí wọ́n fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State because kí wọ́n máa jíjáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè dẹ̀ ti pọ̀ jù, wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù gan. Àwọn méjèèké ìmúkùmù tó ń mu ọkàn ń ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó ẹ bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti wọ ẹ tán bá ti lè stop ẹ. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ jù ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. Ìró Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ ń láti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug.
Hello and welcome to the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. We are talking today all about the economic and financial challenges that the youth population continues to face in light of the recent inflation and all of the economic challenges that Nigeria continues to face. But we'll be back with a break very shortly. We'll be back for the conversation.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On May 29, 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hasawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told Business Day that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
Welcome back. This is the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we're focusing on two of the biggest issues facing Nigerians right now: unemployment and the soaring cost of living. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria's unemployment rate stood at 4.3% in Q2 2024, and this is based on a revised methodology. But many analysts will argue that the real picture is more troubling, especially for young people and informal workers. A recent report by SBM Intelligence notes that youth unemployment and underemployment remains deeply entrenched and are now a major driver of social and economic instability. At the same time, inflation, particularly in food, fuel, and transport, has pushed Nigeria's misery index to nearly 37%. Leaving many families struggling to survive. So, what's behind these challenges and what practical steps can be taken to fix them? Joining me this morning to talk about all of this and so much more is financial expert Bolaon Olojede. Welcome to the show, Mr. Bolaon Olojede.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to be on the show.
Very lovely to have you this morning. Let's start with the big picture today. What really, in your view, is driving Nigeria's unemployment crisis right now, especially amongst the young people and the youthful population?
Well, essentially, the foundation of education, industrialization are a little bit warped in the country as we have it. So the education, it starts from the education system. The education system is still fashioned after the industrial age revolution. So in the industrial age, everybody go to school and they are trained to be employed. So they are preparing you for a job. So when you come out of school, you join a company. And there are several of those companies, those industries in Nigeria. Quite a number of them were multinational, while some are indigenous. You know, however, a lot of things have changed, but we have not changed that much from the education side of things. That is on one side. The other side is on the industrialization side of things. So some time ago in this country, if you take the Lagos as an example, you have the Ilukweju Industrial Estate, you have the Keja Industrial Estate, and you have a whole lot of companies. The entire Upper Akran used to be filled from the entire stretch with companies. What has happened over the years is that a good number of those companies have died. And those companies are heavy employers of labor. A lot of them have died. New ones are not coming up at the same space. And those that are trying to come up are struggling with a lot of structural issues. Number one, power problems. So for as long as the grid electricity in Nigeria remains 5,000 megawatts, there is no country that can industrialize on a grid electricity of 5,000 megawatts. Those are some of the things that are curtailing our industrialization, our capacity to expand our industries.
Right.
Thirdly, the small and medium enterprises, by virtue also of certain economic distortions, are not able to secure the right level of support, from financing to even entrepreneurship coaching. And by virtue of that, they're also not growing as they're supposed to grow. In most parts of the world, that segment is the largest employer of labor. But here, they are not doing as well as they could by virtue of so many things: energy cost, infrastructure problem, power problems, and all those other issues that are there militating against their expansion and being able to deliver on employment. You also have problem with entrepreneurship. We have problem with infrastructure. We have problem around services. And what are the things that are curtailing those services? So it's a multidimensional problem, and we need to begin to be able to pick them and fix those problems so that we can unleash the capacity of the economy to generate employment for everybody that is seeking employment.
Thank you, Mr. Olojide, for that thorough breakdown. Well, we know that the cost of living has gone through the roof. And in your own opinion, how is that making unemployment even harder to live with for individuals and families?
Of course, it is very challenging. So the portion of income that goes into food alone has increased dramatically. The problem with that is that if someone used to use maybe 50% of his income on food, and that 50% has now become 75 or 80%, then the capacity of that individual to consume other goods and services has been seriously curtailed. And that in itself complicates economic challenges, that we have in the society. However, when we look at the numbers, it shows clearly the key drivers of that inflation that you spoke about. Number one is food. Number two is energy. Those two items are critical drivers of the inflation that we see. The energy will include electricity as well as fueling. So the fuel price has gone up dramatically. It has affected every other thing, including transportation and services, the cost of services. So if I deliver a service that requires me to put on my generator, because the price of fuel into that generator has gone up, I'm also going to pass that on to the ultimate consumer. That is clear. The same thing goes for food items, right from where they're produced. The cost, by the time you layer in the cost of transportation to move food from the centers of production to centers of consumption, you have to pass on all that cost to the ultimate consumer. And it is, spiraling into increased cost of living for everybody. The argument would be that, cost of living crisis is not just a Nigerian affair. It's a global problem emerging from the aftermath of the COVID-19. In fact, literally across the world, prices increased dramatically and cost of living escalated, leading to major crises in Europe as well as in America and other parts of the world. However, Our own economy is slightly structured in a different way. And the beauty of it is that we have identified the key drivers of this problem. The next question will be, how do we begin to deal with those issues we have identified so that we can lower the cost of living and moderate the inflationary pressure that the country has been suffering? Well, data-wise, based on the fact that we changed the basis for computing inflation, it will appear that inflation has moderated a little bit. But when we look at the month-on-month under the new methodology, there is nothing to celebrate that much yet. So there's a lot of work to be done, especially with food and with energy, to moderate further the inflationary pressure that we have.
Right. And then when you speak about a lot of work that has to be done, if we were to look at the government more realistically, what short-term steps are possible right now, and what long-term policies do we need to see to if we're being serious about job creation?
Okay. If we take the food space, which is a major factor, we need to produce more. There is absolutely no doubt about that. So the next question will be, do we have what it takes to produce more? The answer is yes, in terms of certain critical inputs into production: land, water, people. So those are critical inputs. There are some other inputs, but those other inputs, government can step into it and make it easier. Issues around, fertilizers, issues around farmers' education, issues of financing for that sector, issues of infrastructure that connect the farms to the urban areas. All those are things that require government to take a critical look. I remember some time ago, almost 2 years now, July 2023,
right.
The federal government has spoken about putting 500,000 additional hectares of land into cultivation. It would be nice, for example, to be able to say, out of that dream of 500,000 hectares, how many hectares have actually now been put into cultivation? The government also spoke about irrigated farming, because analysis has shown that we are only following rain patterns to do farming. Nobody does that anywhere, where serious farming is done. The beauty of it is that we have the water, we have the land. So government itself has identified that we need to do more irrigated commercial farming. So since that pronouncement, the question will be, how much of that have we done? And if things are being done, maybe it's also the duty of government to let us see what is being done. If it has changed the direction, it's also important to say, okay, this is not the way we're doing it, this is now the way we want to do it, and elicit the support of the people to ensure we can drive food production the way it should be driven. So after we have produced, one of the main problems with our food production is the issue of what the percentage that goes bad or not. In certain product category, after the farmer has produced goods, then about 40% are lost to damage and rottenness. So that calls to question issues around storage, the right kind of storage being made available for these farmers so that those products, the shelf life of those products can be extended. Some of those storages will require electricity because they're going to be refrigerated storages. So what do we need to do to provide either solar powered or grid electricity for storages of those items? You see, the problem with having that level of rottenness or damage to production is that the farmer is not encouraged to go back to the farm. If I produce 100 units this year or this farming cycle, and 40% of what I produce, I couldn't get to sell it, I am not encouraged to go back into that bush to go and do it again. So we need to be able to fix. I see you want to ask me another question, so let me slow down.
Right, you've spoken very extensively about farming, but let's also talk about small businesses. So many SMEs are struggling and they're complaining of the economic pressure. how really can they be supported to stay afloat even in spite of the economic pressure?
Well, from time to time, government has been making available certain dedicated funds for SMEs. So there is now a need for a certain level of citizens' education, targeted at these SMEs, so that those who are qualified are able to approach the authorities that are dedicated for this funding and access the funding as may be required. Number two is that I'm aware that some states are trying to create certain hubs for some categories of SMEs. The advantage of creating certain hubs is that some infrastructure could be made available in those hubs that will help reduce some of the pressures that these SMEs are facing. So when you create a hub, for example, it is possible for you to provide electricity for that hub. And electricity in whatever form, either renewable or grid. And when you do that, you've taken away probably 30% of the headache of those group of SMEs that we're talking about. We also need to drive home the issue of alternative energy. I know we've said a lot about CNG, about LPG, especially about CNG in this particular administration. But if we are to be realistic today, how much of absorption of that policy has happened? How many people have translated their power source from what it used to be now to CNG? So we also have to drive all of that. We have to be able to get the bigger businesses to also support these SMEs. In the past, we have had a situation in which the financial services sector, especially the banks, where there was an arrangement with them to provision a certain percentage of their income and set it aside specifically for SMEs. Now, you cannot compel them, but there are moral situations, there are incentive schemes that could be put in place to encourage them to do that. Otherwise, when we are in an economy where the government itself is competing for funds, these SMEs will not stand a chance. A lot of them will not stand a chance to be able to access financing from banks. But where there are schemes such as the one I have described, we can have those funds that are set aside being deployed as risk capital into this SME. I mean, equity now, not even debt. So they will be able to provide equity support, and they can as well provide some debt as well. This will encourage these institutions to grow and be able to help us drive employment like they should and like they do in most other economies across the world.
Right. Mr. Olojede, I'm going to ask you two questions in one now because we're running out of time. So there's been so much talk about inflation, the falling naira, fuel subsidy removal. People are wondering, you want to help us understand how this is affecting the everyday Nigerian. But most importantly, education is often seen as the answer, but not all education leads to employment. So how, in your opinion, can we reshape education and vocational training to better match today's job market?
Yes, our education has been such that we throw into the market, and then they start looking for opportunities. Our education now needs to change. We have to start from the market. What exactly are the skills that the market needs? What do we require to grow? What are the demands in the job market? And these are the things that should lead significantly the kind of education that we provide and the kind of graduates that are being unleashed out there. If we don't do that, what we're going to find is a continuation of what has been, in which an economy needs probably ICT graduates, but we're producing graduates of religious studies. And we are asking ourselves, why are they not getting employed? See, the answer is very simple. what we're producing is not what the market needs. So education from infrastructure side of things, providing the right level of infrastructure. Number two, teachers, the quality of teaching and teaching aids. And then the last but not the least is the curriculum. What exactly is the content of what we are teaching people? Is it still Mungo Park discovered in Niger? Or we should be talking more about things that are more real to the market situation of today. So that is what we need to do with education, in my opinion. I made this appear as if it's a simple matter, but it's actually a very complex affair.
And really, what sort of policies do you think we need to actually unlock? Because we have one of the youngest populations in the world. I'm talking about Nigeria here. And this, you could look at it as a huge strength. You could also see it as a ticking time bomb. So I like that you mentioned, some of the things that we can do. But in terms of policies, what policies do we actually need to, unlock more the youth potential and avoid what I would call a demographic crisis?
We must back off from emphasis on certification. When I think about the volume of people that we pass through our university education today, and I sit across table interviewing people, and I'm asking myself, is this person sitting across me actually a graduate? And what exactly can he offer me? So there's a problem with unemployment, but there is also unemployability. Some people are actually just not employable. But as long as all the emphasis is on getting paper qualification, I'm a graduate, we're going to have challenges. We must look at issues of vocation. And part of what will help us to drive what kind of vocation are we also even looking at is what does the market need? For example, at a point in time, we started to go and bring people from Togo, from Benin Republic, as artisans in Nigeria, while our own people who could have done that are busy riding Okada all over the whole place. So there is a disconnect with the kind of education and where the emphasis has been. We need to grow people to be able to unleash, to hone the skills that are needed. And those skills are not necessarily by reading some 1942 books in a university. Some of them are by specific training targeted at certain skills that are required by the market. So I think it's commendable that Ministry of Education is beginning to look in this direction. I hope we will not lose focus as such.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gola Olojede, for joining us on The Big Story this morning. It was truly insightful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, that's what we wrap it up this morning on The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name remains Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
On May 29,
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olojede.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure
a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdul Rashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sectors to win, as well as the public sector. Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference, alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean, yes. that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there has been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening, and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you. right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to drag some of the stories driving conversations across social media in Nigeria. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and here with me in the studio is
Onyeka Valentine.
Right, we're beginning with fresh concerns around a familiar name, which is CBEX. Now, weeks after vanishing with millions in investors' funds, the digital investment platform has reappeared, and it's now asking victims to pay an additional $200 to access their accounts. Now, according to several investors, account balances have been restored on the CBEX platform, but in order to withdraw, they're being asked to pay a reactivation fee of $200 for those with over $1,000 invested and $100 for smaller accounts. Many are calling this a second attempt at fraud, which is following CBEX's abrupt shutdown in April, which was just about 2 months ago, which saw its Ibadan office being looted and Telegram groups silenced. Now, the EFCC has arrested key suspects and is still tracing funds to multiple countries. It's a painful reminder of the risk facing everyday Nigerians. Now, Valentine, this development raises serious questions. Questions like, is this an attempted comeback, or is this just another phase in a well-coordinated scam?
They say sometimes you will have to call a spade a spade. This way we'll get the whole properly dug. And in this case, in digging that hole, we should be careful that, it's not a case of we throwing, stones in glass houses that we live in. CBEX, as the case may be, didn't just come to this country or started without some form of, due process one way or the other. Some people at some particular point in the government would have said, these guys are good to go from the beginning. And so if eventually they were now, termed a fraud Ponzi scheme, whatever, right, they had an issue and then they did a comeback. So I want to start with the angle of the government. There is something that is not correct. This is money we're talking about. So if they were found wanting before, how come so soon and so quick they've been exonerated? So soon and so quick, we didn't see anybody, in the witness box in court or something so soon and so quick. Meanwhile, when other individuals spray money or do some certain things that EFCC don't like, they're there 2 months, 3 months. It keeps dragging all through. In this case, the comeback is so soon.
Okay.
And if history has taught us anything, which is if something gives you a warning, the first time you don't take it, right, okay? If it happens to you again, then I will blame you. So I think that, look, if we don't face this thing head on and call these people to book, have, if possible, an open conversation. Put them in the middle. Just the way we have senatorial meeting, right? At the Senate. Put them in the middle and say, look, the hard-working Nigerians, they have their money. They have the money in your whatever it is, in your care, and whatever it is that you do with this whole Ponzi scheme, whatever it is. The truth of the matter is, we want you to explain to us clearly that Nigerians understand what happened the first time. And after that, if in one way or the other they were dragged to court, go and answer your court case, if at all they were dragged to court. If not, how come they weren't even, someone in court for something or the other? It was a big story, right? Some people almost had heart attack. Other people almost, killed themselves based on, frustration and depression. And so you're coming back as if all that didn't matter. So you're not even respecting the feelings of Nigerians. So you're not even acting. It's even worse now. Pay some money and get reactivated or come back into the scheme, isn't it so?
But I think at this point, just to come in here, I think at this point it's really a case of you I'm going to a house that there's a dog, it's a case of, do I want to go or not go? No one is forcing me. The person did not say you must come in. So when I'm going to my friend's house and they have dogs, do you have dog in your house? I don't like dogs, so it's for me to decide, okay, am I going to brace it and still go there, back when I was young, and or eat free food in the house. Look, I love you so much, please let's continue the conversation online, that kind of thing. So CBEX, that's what I'm seeing it as. You see all the signs. You've seen the warning signs. You've seen the things that have happened. There's benefit of hindsight. There are lessons learned already. So if you decide, really, I think that it's not up to CBEX. It's not. I'm not going to fault CBEX. I'm going to fault the people that will fall into another problem.
So there is a government regulatory body that looks into these things, right? Why are we not seeing them champion the fact that these guys want to do a comeback?
Are they really doing their jobs?
That's my point. So they are supposed to be the ones saying, wait a minute, we'll look into this thing again, then decide whether you guys are worthy to be trusted by Nigerians or not. If they just simply do a comeback, say they come back and they continue as business as usual, which means that body that's responsible to checkmate these things, right, have not only failed, but it should be scrapped. Why pay them salary? Because they are the gatekeepers. They are the ones that will secure Nigerians, funds to say, look, we can trust these guys now. And then they are staging a comeback. We didn't see a press conference. It's important. Have a press conference saying, you know what, we've gone through this hurdle, gone through that hurdle, we've answered different cases in different areas. We even have representatives of EFCC here to explain to you people.
Well, did they put out a press release?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So if there was a press release, this will enable Nigerians to trust them even more. Don't forget, you're dealing with people who are very emotional.
Right.
And very religious at that.
Right. But let's see some of the reactions of these Nigerians we're talking about now. They probably have loads and loads of opinion, but I'm interested in seeing what people are saying on social media. Now, Mupi says, Nigerians will fall for anything.
There we go.
I know some people have paid the $200 again. I mean, we say we don't have money, but people have money for what they think is important. Ochichi says, CBEX, updates way past updates. A pattern that is common among scammers. You already lost money to them, but for you to get your money back, you will have to lose more money to them. Let's see if we have more reactions on social media. George McBadger says, I just deposited $200 and still have not been able to access my previous fund. George, you need, I don't know what to say. Let's see more reactions. Das says, anyone that goes back in and pays that $200 deserved to be ripped off. I completely agree with that, because if whatever you see, like I use that dog illustration, it's like you might not be beaten, right? But you might be beaten just in case. Do you understand? So whatever it is, you've chosen to go into it. Really, it's all up to you. They say
once beaten, what?
Twice shy.
But in this case now, again, see, so I put it this way. You are saying CBEX might not be, held responsible if anything happens again. Maybe because the people are actually going to do this blindly. I'm saying the government is to come out and say, look, you know what? Halt any comeback whatsoever. right?
That position of the government just, making
exactly, because they are the gatekeepers, they are the regulators that we're looking up to. EFCC, have you done your due diligence properly? Yes, we have exposed them initially, but what is the follow-up story? So you accuse somebody of a particular crime, so the person now undergoes what we call social media judgment and all that stuff. Are we actually seeing someone going to jail because a crime was really committed? In fact, was a crime really committed in such a way that it was now, it was lodged in court? All these things, those processes is what makes the system credible. So we will not have confidence now, say, you know what, that $200 they're talking about, because we've seen this level of progress, we've seen this level of commitment by the government and those regulatory bodies who are responsible to keep those gates for us. Let us now look at that and ask, okay, people, do we agree to go into this thing? Don't hold us to account. Let me tell you, when somebody who is very hungry comes to your door, do you think you worry about the rain? Do you think you worry about the sun? You don't even worry about if you're going to put poison in the food. All what will be in the person's mind is just eat and sustain the body. So at that time, the person is vulnerable. Nigerians are vulnerable because of the situation and the economy.
I hear you there.
Exactly. So the only way we can now be able to now say, wait a minute, look again, is if we have those regulatory bodies working on our behalf to say, okay, we've done everything for you guys. Now, let us now see if this comeback is possible. Because the CBEX guys, they're running, it's a business they run. And so we don't want a case where we chase away foreign investors. Because with them being around, they will create jobs. But in doing that, we must make sure that things are done properly. And Nigerians are not ripped up at the end of the day. Right. And you'll now say, oh, Nigerians, you don't learn from history, do you?
Right. But we've spoken about money, finance, Ponzi schemes. Let's talk about politics now. Right. Former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has publicly expressed support for President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, describing them as necessary, even if difficult. Now, he spoke about this after a private visit to the president in Lagos State, where Fayose said meaningful progress can't happen overnight. He acknowledged the economic hardship Nigerians are facing, but urged citizens to be patient with the reform process. He described President Tinubu's approach as bold and commended him for making tough decisions aimed at long-term stability. Now, I don't know if this is a sign of growing national unity or is simply political positioning at a difficult time. I don't know. I will hear your thought, but let's see some of the reactions on social media. We need to know, is this a sign of growing national unity? Is this simply political positioning? But really, what are people saying about this story? But the thing about us Nigerians, we always have something to say. We're keypad warriors. Umaru says, why bring in policies that kill masses on daily basis and bring in money to the leaders? 2 years in office is not overnight, Oga, if the government is serious. So this person is saying, you know what, you can't tell me nothing. There's nothing like 2 years is overnight. Ikidero says, Baba, they find appointment. Yeah, speaking about political positioning and all of that. More reactions to this story on social media. I don't think we have more reactions. But Valentine, in your opinion, is this a sign of, growing national unity from, Ayodele Fayose's side, or is this some sort of political positioning?
Okay, so let us approach this thing as the people who speak on behalf of the public, and that's what we do, isn't it so, as broadcasters. So look at this. In an event where we say an eye for an eye can make the whole city, the whole village go blind, I think to prevent that, I think we should give him a listening ear. That's one. And now, I'm not making a case for Fayose. I'm just saying in general. We already understand how this politics and this whole political game goes. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only what?
Permanent interest.
And so, if that be the case, Nigerians could have obviously anticipated this, that one way or the other, he will pay the CNC, the Commander-in-Chief, a visit. Now, whether that visit has something else they want to discuss, that's not our business. The fact that we now see him sitting with, with Oga, we now know, okay, something is going on.
Yes.
Whether it's going to go and beg for position or going to say, look, Oga, I want to explain to you from the angle where we stand. Things are not going well. We don't know what the context of that meeting is. But there is a picture. I know what to say. Pictures do what?
Tell a thousand stories. Yeah.
And so in this case, if within those 1,000 stories, let us try and just tell one or two stories.
Let's try to depict one or two.
What it would really mean. So I don't want my opinion to
override it.
Override. But then again, let's just say this. If he truly has gone there to ask for position, wow. Wow. So internet never forgives and never forgets. Nigerians will trail him and will bring out everything that he has said, right, against the government.
But this is not the first time we'll see things like this. One thing I always say about people that are in positions, of authority, people that are in the public eye, they will constantly be under public scrutiny. So you have to develop the capacity to accept the good and the bad. The days they're commending you, thumbs up. The days they will mob you, accept it. It comes with it. You accept the rain and the sun.
And President Tinubu is someone who is matured in this game. He understands when somebody is trying to fan him or when someone really means business.
He does.
He knows the game of politics. I can confidently say that he's the master of it.
That's why it's called the Jagabang.
Exactly. So as Jagabang as he is, you don't expect that he will just sit back, smile, and say, "Oh, Fayoshi has finally come," and hoping that he will get forgiven, as the case may be. He will understand that this guy needs something.
But the thing with him is, sorry to cut you off. The thing with President Bola Tinubu is he might give you what you want. So far, in that moment, you're playing but he's not oblivious to the fact, right,
of what he has said in the past.
Yes,
and the fact that
you might just be playing, but he might give you what that thing it is that you want. You might think that because at that point, if he thinks that it's going to also benefit him, because everything that President Bola Tinubu does is also thinking about how it might benefit. So he might give it to you, but it doesn't mean that he's a fool in that moment. And just like you said, that's why he's the king of. Of
the political game.
Yes, of the game.
He knows where to play, where to hold on to the king, and then drop the pawn in front of you, so that you go for the pawn, he comes and tells you checkmate.
But whatever the case is, though, whatever the case is, I think what's more important for us is to hold them to account. I mean, 2 years is not a little time for us to be fanning and saying no. We need to see tangible results.
And speaking about results, look, it cuts across board. When something is running back to back, it looks like status quo, as if, look, it's not going to change. Then you ask questions and say, look, I understand, maybe we're friends, right? Maybe we're colleagues when it has to do with politics, but like politicians will say, look, when it comes to making sure the people are heard and what you say you do, we have to oppose you. This is why they have opposing parties. We don't want a single party system in Nigeria. It's a multi-party system, right? So if there is a listening ear from the president when people like that come, Fayoshi comes, I think it's a good thing, but make it public now. This guy's not coming to see me behind closed doors, in front. So what you want to say it in front. Do it Donald Trump style.
Right.
Now you're here. Let me now show you some videos of somebody saying, kill the boy. Take a look at something like that, But then again, I think it's a good gesture. After all, look, the road to peace and tranquility doesn't come without sometimes, punches and all that stuff. But if at the end of the day, we can have peace, we can have, security is guaranteed, roads, everything is fine. We don't really care who goes to shake whose hand or who goes to say this or that. That's just mere talk. 7-point agenda: security, right? Education, healthcare, okay? The economy, things that will make Nigerians forget about your parlor discussion. Because they can come out at night, the street light, the roads are okay. My business, your business, our businesses as entrepreneurs, okay, flowing well, and then we're not drowning the nation in debt. Saying, we are paying now, tomorrow we're borrowing again. Those are the kind of things we want to hear. So whether or not it's going to pay a visit, it's not really, it's inconsequential, like they say. But in 1,000 stories, we can tell 2 of that picture.
Yeah, and you've told 2. But let's move on now. We're still in the political space, but this time on a quite sad note. Now, Jesu Tega Onokpasa, which is a well-known APC chieftain, a lawyer and political commentator, has passed away. Now, this news was confirmed on Tuesday by party ally Okeze Atani via social media, and the cause of the death has not yet been disclosed. Now, Onokpasa was a familiar face on political panels and television debates, known for his strong defense of President Bola Tinubu and the APC. He also served on the publicity committee of the 2023 APC Presidential Campaign Council. However, in a surprising turn, he recently withdrew his support for President Tinubu ahead of the 2027 elections, where he cited worsening insecurity, economic hardship, and concerns about party loyalty. A sudden passing has triggered a wave of tributes and controversy from across the social media space, and it's quite disheartening to learn about his death. It's always disheartening to hear news of death, and it's quite a sad way for us to end the social listening today. But let's see some of the reactions on social media that we've been getting about his passing. But may his soul rest in peace, and may God grant the family the fortitude to bear the loss at this time. Now, Ifeanyi says a call has been made on his behalf since April 27, 2025 on a critical health issue. Even when he appeared last on Arise Television, he looked sick. May Almighty God grant him eternal rest. There's a video of him that was actually circulating about, the people citing, the fact that he was looking unhealthy. Now, I am Samaiki says it's disheartening to hear comments like "Onga don't kill him." That's terrible to say.
Insensitive.
I mean, very terrible to say. Now, it says the family is grieving. Children have lost their father, and a woman also has lost her husband. Yet some people choose mockery over empathy, all because of political differences. That's very insensitive. I think we need to learn when to draw the line between our political ideologies, religious ideologies, and just be human first.
So,
we're not done. Let's see some more reactions. Erickson is saying, may the Lord grant him rest. May he also grant the family the fortitude to cope with the loss. He spoke like a repentant the last time he was on Arise. The man spoke very bitterly that day, but many observed all was not well with him health-wise. Let's see if we will have more reactions. CT says he spoke the truth before he died. May he rest in peace. People are talking about the fact that he actually, came on in his last outing on media. He was actually saying the truth. Sometimes you never really know when you're nearing your end, and so many times you just find yourself tilting to the truth and just the right things. Franklin says happy he was able to show courage by telling the truth in his last minute, not minding the role he played in 2023. May he rest in peace.
Again, this kind of stories should spark and uproot the core essence of anyone who's a human being. Now, having said what I said, again, fingers need to be pointed to this thing we call social media. I don't think we have proper statistics of people who have committed suicide because of social media criticism. Do you understand what the loss of a loved one is? For someone who has never lost someone who they really, really love, they won't understand. I'm coming from a place of experience, place of pain, saying if you're dealing with grief and then unfortunately the person that passed on is someone who's in the public space, any sane person should know it's not the time to throw any dart at that person or the family.
Absolutely.
Any sane person. Look, even
no matter what.
Yes, even there's what they call respect for the dead. And this is a journey that everyone will go through. Look, I keep on saying this. We are never getting out of this life alive anyway. And so once you understand that, you realize that we came with nothing, we're living with nothing. We are only who we are based on society that we grew up in, based on the ideologies that were taught in university or secondary school or whatever it is, based on people we had around us. So we either tend to look up to such people or not. So our mannerism and who we are is forced from those experiences. So when you become an adult, what happens is that you have your own perspective, your own perception, your own opinion. I mean, judging him from his own opinion when he was alive is so insensitive. He was a politician. It's sad to use such word now. I was going to say is, but now it's late now. So he was a politician. And as a political actor in the game, sometimes to get your position to work, you have to say some certain things. And whoever it is that is watching or listening on social media, those who don't understand how politics run or nation building or leadership will think this is personal. No, it's not personal. He was defending some certain things. Now, I'm not making a case for him, but I'll make a case for him. Again, I'm being on the fence here. Having said so, I don't think it's right for anyone, whosoever it is, whether even his enemy, to now say, oh, because he used to speak this way or that way, had a tone in his voice as a politician when he was alive, so whatever it is, and no, be sensitive. If not for him that can't feel anything now, what about the family? The
family
who are also on social media. What
innocent.
About them too?
Innocent.
And so that could create a lot of trauma for them. We don't even know the nature of the person. No death is easy. But
no matter what.
But some experiences are so traumatic, especially for those who are left behind. So I think those people who are busy saying, I'll call it, lack of a better term, crap on social media, should disease from it and don't even go any further. And then again, I agree with the first what's it called again? Comment there. I almost want to say tweet. I remember that Twitter doesn't exist anymore.
No, but there's still tweets. You can't take that away.
So the first person actually spoke my mind, saying very insensitive of people who are busy saying, this or that. Don't judge the man by his work, judge him by his calling. I keep telling people that because sometimes your work, right, might be influenced by society, influenced by the community. Look, a good example was 2 days ago when we took the story of what's it called, Pastor Paul, right, where they said he pulled out an object, right. Now, let's be honest. If he wasn't a pastor, but a businessman, which obviously he is, are you saying that if we're allowed to carry firearm to protect ourselves, are you saying that we shouldn't have firearm? What if he has been attacked before? I've been attacked before in traffic, so I know what I'm talking about. If I had my way, I could have said, look, I protect myself. But now, in bringing that in, what I'm trying to say is that, look, give and take. Don't be quick to judge anybody, especially when the person has passed on, like Onopasa, for instance. Okay? I see people on social media saying a lot of things. I'm saying no. Respect the dead. Respect the family of those who are grieving. Okay? And there's something to learn from this, which is, yes, we know your legacy is told by those who are around when you leave, which obviously all of us will leave one day. But more importantly, it is how you lived your life that matters. Now, this is on the flip side now. Okay? At the same time, look at likes of Apache. As much as, oh, Apache stole money, did this, did that. Let's be honest. The country wasn't as bad as it is today. I leave that. Onopasa, may so rest in peace. May so rest in peace.
That's where we bring it to. We close the curtain today on social listening. But it was really, it was a quite an interesting one. We went from talking about the CBEX and their planned comeback, and then we also spoke about Onopasa's passing.
Spoke about Fayoshe's visit.
Yeah, Fayoshe's visit, but we ended on Onopasa's passing. But yeah, those were the stories this morning on social listening. Thank you. No, it's just a sad way to end social listening today, but we couldn't just pass away that story. But rest in peace to the deceased and comfort to the loved ones. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this morning on Social Listening.
I'm Anyaka Valentine. Be out.
Right.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care because When the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far. They cannot come in from Marua. They cannot do that. So a lot of customers have said you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business. But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customer will come in. But for now, it really affects our job. Because a lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people we know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen, for everybody. So we have to, and for the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àgbàtúfẹ́ kan bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú. Torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó kọ̀ pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọ́n níṣẹ́ tó constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it. Kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí èèyàn fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State, because kí èèyàn máa jíjáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀ wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù gan. Àwọn méjèèké ìmúkùmù tó ń mu ọkàn ń ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó ẹ bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti ń wọ ìtọ́ bá ti lè stop ẹ̀. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ju ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. Yòó Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ ńlá ti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI-generated Afrobeats themed music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we'd have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up. Have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom. Reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television. On May 29, 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hasawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told BusinessDay that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
On Wednesday, we just wake up in the morning around 6:45 to 7 o'clock. So I was inside the house. Almost everybody is inside the house. All I could notice, I hear the crowd. Everybody were just rushing, running. So I see that the crowd is too much. I try to come out to verify what happened, that people are shouting and running. And when I come outside, all I could see is water flowing with the people's goods and properties, even the human beings along with the houses. So what we were first doing, we were trying to rescue those people that water are flowing, trying to take away. So, but unfortunately, before we know, it reaches our places also. We couldn't help them again. We started running for our own life as well. We tried to rescue our properties, but unfortunately, we couldn't help ourselves. So many lives have gone, and so many people have also injured. Unlike our neighbor, he lost 9 people. The next neighbor lost 8, while the other lost 10. The other, some people even lost 15. So any figure of death that they recorded is true, because in 2 houses you can record 30 people, or more than 35. So even if they tell you that the people that lost their lives in this incident, they are more than 200, is true, because we have 2 malams that are having Almajiri students under their care. One man has almost 50 students in Almajiri in their houses, because it happens in the morning, and they are doing their morning recitation, karatu. So all they could notice, the water just started entering, and you can't gather them. There are too many. As you are telling them to come back here, that is how some of them are even rushing to enter the water again. And the water was just flowing. It doesn't start gently. The water comes once. It doesn't start gently. So many people died on this water.
People have lost a lot. Because I think some people came back, they sold some good and they came back with a lot of money, because it was on Wednesday to Thursday. And it is Wednesday that we do eat our market here. So people sold almost everything they had. So the thing was not that funny, honestly. It was, people lost a lot, lives. Some family of 20. It's only one they have seen. Family of 15, only 2 people. Some people, they are still searching. Till 10 o'clock yesterday, the burial ground was full. Dead body everywhere. So the experience was not funny at all. It wasn't.
A gaskiya tallafin da ake cewa ana kawo mana, mu gaskiya ba mu gan shi. Mu yanzu muna son gwamnati ta taimaka mana saboda Allah. Muna son bamu da wurin zama, nan muke kwana, mu hura wuta mu zauna nan, bamu da inda za mu kwanta. In ruwan sama ya zo ba inda za mu shiga.
There is no any sign, there is no any rain. No. We just saw woke up and saw the water flowing. So before we know, within some, so can I even say a minute, within a second, the water has filled up everywhere. I was able to escape with my wife and some of my brothers. My mother was involved. In fact, my people involved in my house, and all of them died. We have recovered only 3 corpses. The remaining is up to now yet to be recovered. So, and it's not only in the house. Many people lost farms, lost their siblings, property destroyed. I lost my vehicle there. My brother lost his vehicle there. I only come out to this clothes. Apart from this clothes, I don't have anything again. So since then, we've not seen any help. It's only 10,000 that I've been given since that on Thursday. Only 10,000 naira. Nowhere to sleep. That is how we are just hanging around.
The flood caused widespread destruction. Homes and culverts collapsed. Farmlands were washed away, and valuable properties, including cars, motorcycles, refrigerators, and other belongings, were swept off by the raging waters. Many survivors have been left stranded and helpless, with no access to food, shelter, or clothing. Women, in particular, have been severely affected, with many having lost their husbands, children, and relatives. The community is now in desperate need of immediate humanitarian assistance. No food, no water, no light or shelter. Eyewitnesses reported that over 200 people have died, and recovery efforts are ongoing as many bodies remain missing.
Well, in fact, it's a terrible accident. This is not a small accident. Because we have not seen in my life, I'm more than 60 years, I have not seen this type of water before. But it come and kill so many people. Many people have gone, I can say about 150 above that it killed. Because, why I'm saying this now, there are some people who went to the media and told them lie that it's only 15 people. The man is not kind. God is there. The person that said that, it is the chairman of the local government who said that he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't stay here. He is the chairman. Even when this thing happened, he didn't come down. Until the deputy governor was coming, he followed them. This is how he has been doing. He has been saying at Mina, and we are the local government chairman. If you have problem, it doesn't solve our problem for us. So it should be removed. We pray to our prayer is that the federal government should help us. They should help us because we have nowhere to sleep. We have been sleeping outside. This is an emergency and we don't expect it.
Survivors were seen in tattered clothes, visibly distressed, hungry, and in poor health. Although the Niger state government said it has activated its emergency response team and is collaborating with the National Emergency Management Agency, also known as NEMA, to provide aid, residents dispute claims that food and shelter have already been supplied. The residents are appealing to well-meaning Nigerians, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies for urgent intervention, including the establishment of temporary camps to provide food and accommodation. Mokwa is known as one of Niger State's major agricultural hubs, contributing significantly to the state's production of cassava, maize, and rice. The impact of this flood may therefore have far-reaching consequences not only for local livelihoods, but also for food security in the region.
You are watching Business Day Television. Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wale Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I have a story to tell, and in this story there are three main characters. One is the Africa Export Import Bank, known as the Afrexim Bank, the Ghanaian government, and what we would term the supporting character in this story is Fitch, the credit rating body. But when we are back, I'm going to give you a prologue of this story. Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we get a comprehensive breakdown of the market and economic activity shaping Nigeria and the continent as a whole. I'm your host, David Olujimi. This story goes back to July 2022. The Ghanaian government desperately needed capital. Ghana was locked out of the global capital market. The country was kind of, I would say, flat broke. One of his consistent friends was the next port of call, the Africa Export Import Bank, Afrexim Bank. Afrexim Bank has been a consistent friend of the Ghanaian government since 1993 when the bank was founded. Up to 2022, the bank had successfully lended. The bank had lended Ghanaian government, Ghanaian corporate establishments, and a whole lot of Ghanaian entities around $2 billion. Then in July 2022, the Ghanaian government took a $750 million loan from this multilateral lender. Then in December of the same year, 2022, the government started to take steps to restructure its borrowing. Basically, Ghana was over-leveraged, had a debt-to-GDP ratio around in the 70% region, around 75%. Then IMF gave Ghana a condition: if you are going to borrow more, then you have to restructure your debt. All your debts, the IMF said. And the Ghanaian government started. It started with its lowest hanging fruit, local debt. The government had to restructure its Ghana cedis issued bonds, basically leading to significant haircuts for creditors. Nigerian banks in that exercise lost nearly ₦1 trillion to this haircut. Then it moved to the official creditors, and it ended it all up with the commercial creditors last year in 2024. Basically, the official creditors talking about the national government, the Chinese government, the French government, and all the sovereign governments. Then the commercial creditors, other words, the holders of its euro bonds. Ghana has been able to come to an understanding with the different category of lenders with this. So from the local debt holders to the foreign debt holders, it has been able to come to an understanding with this different category. But there is one group of creditors that we are not talking about: the preferred creditors. Who are the preferred creditors? Preferred creditors are lenders or institutions that are legally entitled to receive debt repayment before other creditors in the event that a borrower would default or undergo a debt restructuring. In the international scene, these creditors, preferred creditors, are usually the World Bank, the IMF, in Africa, the African Development Bank, and finally the Afrexim Bank. That is the crux of the matter. Essentially, as Ghana was renegotiating the terms of its loan with other creditors, they had to leave out the World Bank, the IMF, the AFDB, the Afrexim, and Afrexim Bank. These banks were legally justified to be exempt from any debt renegotiation exercise. Basically, in 2023, the Ghanaian government had a favorable disposition towards Afrexim Bank and the $750 million it borrowed from the bank. But 2024 comes, New government comes in December 2024. Negotiations continue, but there is a switch in disposition. The Ghanaian government, its finance minister, former MP Ato Forsin, who is probably now a thorn in the flesh of the Afrexim Bank, has taken a 180-degree turn. According to them, Ghana now wants to renegotiate the terms of its $750 million loan with Afrexim Bank. And to do that, basically Ghana stopped paying the loan, waiting for Afrexim Bank to step into the ring with them, a move that the lender is very unwilling to make. The implication, Fitch downgraded Afrexim Bank's credit rating. It is now just above the junk territory, a move that can have dastard effect on the credit worthiness of the bank. I'll stop here in my story, and after the break, we're going to switch attention to my guest. Fualeng is a Cameroonian banking expert. He previously worked with the Central Bank of Central African States, or probably known as BIAC. He is also the CEO of Frontiers, a financial consulting firm that is based out of Lagos and Yaoundé. Good morning and welcome to the show, judges.
Yes, good morning, David.
Good morning, good morning. So now we're going to start. How does Afrexim Bank now legally justify its preferred creditor status, and how does it differ from what the World Bank or the IMF has?
Okay, so let's say that Afrexim Bank justifies its PCS, preferred creditor status, through contractual clauses in its loans agreements. It means that when the agreement is settled, it's at that time that the preferred creditor status is enlightened.
Yes.
It is different from the situation with international treaties like the IMF and the World Banks. So while institutions like the IMF derive their PCS from their articles of agreements and also from their broad local consensus, African banks relies on the facto enforcement of their contractual clauses.
Okay.
So that, whereas in practice, let's say we can say that 100% of sovereign clients repay the African banks even during a crisis. But in terms of, let's say, hierarchy of repayment, African bank could not be preferred in face of international organizations like the IMF.
Okay, so basically what you're trying to tell me now, you said around the fact that the article of agreement of the World Bank and the IMF grants it that status, but in the case of Afrexim Bank, it's more around the contractual terms. So it's possible for countries to enter contractual terms with Afrexim Bank and not indict that particular clause. Is it possible that a country will enter a loan term with Afrexim Bank and not follow that particular, and not accredit it with that particular status, with the PCS status rather?
Yes, it's possible because you should take concern of, let's say, issues like that debt hierarchy, legal precedence, and sovereign equality among creditors. The issue is to know how far the legal framework would allow countries like Ghana and Afrexim Bank to renegotiate the terms of their of the lending agreements.
Okay.
So if Afrexim banks agree to accept the challenge led by Ghana, it could undermine Ghana's ability to restructure debt fairly across all lenders.
Wow, that's quite serious. So before we go on, I just want to say to the viewers that English is not George's first language. French is his first language. But why is Ghana refusing to grant this status? From your understanding of this particular issue, why do you think the Ghanaian government is choosing not to accredit the Afrexim Bank with the PCS? Hello, George. Can you hear me? I think we have a technical issue. We'll be back after the break.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
I'm still on to Georges von Fualeng, who is reporting from Yaoundé in Cameroon. So I was on the question of Ghana's refusal to grant the Afrexim Bank the preferred creditor status. So, Mr. Georges, why is Ghana refusing to grant that status to Afrexim Bank, from your understanding of this issue?
So, from my understanding, granting such status would undermine Ghana's ability to restructure debt fairly across all other lenders, especially during that current economic crisis. As we know that its external debt is around 30 billion USD.
Okay.
So Ghana's position reflects a desire to avoid setting a precedent that will privilege regional banks over commercial or bilateral creditors.
Okay. So one question I want to ask now is about the refusal to grant that status. Is it not going to constitute a precedent that would now weaken the legal standing of other multilateral lenders in Africa? So in Africa now, we are familiar with two, AFDB and Afrexim Bank. Then we also have the Trade Development Bank, and I think in North Africa there is a bank that the now AFDB president was president of country. So now the question is, how is it going to affect the legal standing or the PCS of the other development banks in Africa if Ghana takes this precedent, if Ghana does this?
Yes, we can say that, yes. Let's say if other heavily indebted nations like Zambia which I think defaulted on 17 billion USD in debt.
Wow.
Follows Ghana's lead. The perceived creditworthiness and enforcement ability of regional banks may erode, and that situation will increase their funding costs and reduce their lending capacity to African governments.
That's not. Does that seem? Is that not some? That's bleak. That's the word I'll use. That does not look like a good thing. It does not seem like a future we want to have, right?
Yes, yes, true.
Okay. Now the question now, for some, it may, for people who don't really understand the gravity of the situation. Now, one question I want to ask you is, Fitch downgrading of Afrexim credit rating, how does it affect the bank's credit worthiness?
So the challenge is that as Afrexim banks, they issued loans to countries with high risk sovereigns,
yes,
like Ghana, Zambia, and South Sudan. So these loans increase the bank's non-performing asset risk, especially since Ghana defaulted on 13 billion USD in euro bonds.
Yes.
So such exposure undermines affecting banks' financial stability. It reduces investor confidence and raises its cost of capital. So that the downgrades reflects concerns over the bank's ability to maintain liquidity and asset quality, particularly as 30% of its loan books is tied to distressed countries.
This is a situational update that you've given to us. 30% of Afrexim Bank's loan book is tied to distressed countries.
Yes.
It's quite. So what is the broader regional implication? Let's say Ghana forces. So for now, we know that there's this face-off between the bank and the government of Ghana. Ghana is saying that we are going to renegotiate this loan. Afrexim Bank is saying, no, you will not renegotiate this loan. If Ghana is able to force Afrexim Bank into the debt restructuring plan, and Zambia is able to force the bank into the debt restructuring plan, what are the regional implications generally? What is the implication for the general African continent?
So the general implication could be that it could challenge the de facto seniority of regional developed banks. It means that when they will lose the preferred creditor status, so it means that the loss of preferred creditors trust may defer future sovereign borrowers and investors, and that situation will undermine institutions that disbursed over 10 billion USD in African trade and infrastructure.
So another thing now, I'm going to come at it from the perspective of the government themselves. One of the reasons why the Ghanaian government, according to reports, is refusing to go the way of Afrexim is because of the high interest rate. So the World Bank, the IMF, they issue these loans, they issue these sovereign loans at concessional rates, right? 1%, 2%, 3%. However, for Afrexim Bank, we are seeing double-digit loans, and the bank still wants the PCS. So like in Nigeria in 2023, August, the NNPC, the Nigerian oil company, entered a deal with Afrexim Bank, and that crude oil loan was issued at 11.8%. In 2024, when Nigeria issued Eurobonds, we issued Eurobonds at 9.625%. Basically, the Afrexim Bank's cost of funds was even higher than what we got from the Eurobond market. That's a question that now brings, I think that's a question that the Ghanaian government is asking Afreximbank. What do you think is responsible for Afreximbank having to issue loans at these significantly high interest rates?
No, I think that as they are observing the African landscape, the African debt landscape, they are fearing of the capacity of our governments to reimburse the debts.
Okay.
So it's a kind of implication or a kind of consequences of the downgrades of their rates by Fitch, as they know that African countries could face some difficulties in the repayment of debt. They are obliged to put higher rates to cover the risks.
Okay. Now, from your own perspective as a banking expert in Central Africa, how will this affect intra-African lending costs? How will this basically lead to an increase in lending costs? Let's remember that Afreximbank does most of its lendings to private banks. So 92% of its lending is done to banks across Africa and companies across Africa. How do you think this is going to affect lending costs across the entire continent, and more specifically across your part of the continent, which is Central Africa?
Let's see. From my own perspective, in Central Africa, governments are heavily indebted, and even though Afreximbanks grant loans to private banks, those loans are oriented to public infrastructure investment.
Okay.
So the possibility for our local government to negotiate with Afreximbank is very weak. Afreximbank, in my view, would not face difficulties to impose its conditions in Central Africa because of the indebted situation.
Okay. Because of our time, that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. So thank you so much, Mr. Georges von Fualeng, for your time. Good morning. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. You're welcome, David.
Thank you. So to our viewers, thank you for tuning into Economy and Market. It's been a situation where we talked about the Afreximbank struggle for its preferred creditor status. Let me give a little bit of epilogue. Is the fact that if the bank loses that status, it would have to start issuing loans to African government and African companies at significantly way higher interest rate than it does right now. It issues interest rate between 9% to 13%. We'll probably start to see it issue at 15, 16, 17%. And overall, it has an overbearing effect on the way these companies start to operate in the continent. But we'll be having updates on this issue as we go on. Thank you so much for tuning into Economy and Market. It's been great having you. See you again on Friday.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
to allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
2 years is not a campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I heard about the referendum, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all this product. All this local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores that are passing there, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all this local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially these local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 14 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2 or 2,4. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students, and their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki. So me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spent 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
I've affected negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practice.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obodna. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now let's see what's making headlines. NEL Fund disburses 59.8 billion naira student loans to over 298,000 since portal launch. Over 1,500 Nigerian health workers go unpaid for 20 months. Court orders ex-JAMB boss to defend himself in 5.2 billion naira fraud case. US-China talks end with a plan for Trump and Xi to approve. United considering a cement swap deal with Zelensky. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, known as NEL Fund, revealed it has disbursed a total of 59,878 and 283,000 billion naira, in student loans to 298,000 beneficiaries across the country since the launch of its student loan portal on May 24, 2024. According to reports, a total of 619,000 students have registered on the portal, with 579 submitting loan applications, representing a 93% application success rate. The report shows that the platform continues to record incremental increases, with an additional 659 successful registrants and 818 successful applicants reported in the most recent update. The disbursed amount concludes 30 billion naira paid directly to institutions for tuition fees and 29 billion naira provided as upkeep allowance to support students' living expenses. And moving on, over 1,500 health professionals under the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria have been deprived of salaries in the last 20 months. Reports revealed that the inability of the council to pay stemmed from the directive of the federal government to quota funding from certain agencies of the government. The Nigerian Parliament created the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, ECON, in 2002 as the country's main organization responsible for overseeing environmental health rules and activities helping in preventing the spread of diseases. While some of the 30 affected agencies would continue receiving government funding until 2026, others, including ECON, saw their funding cut off in December 2024. And to end the local news, a federal high court in Abuja on Tuesday dismissed the no-case submission filed by Dubu Ojerinde, the former registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB. Ojerinde faces trial on an 18-count charge over an alleged 5.2 billion naira fraud. The presiding judge, Obiora Iguatu, ruled on the defendant's no-case submission, holding the witnesses presented by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) established elements that require Ojerinde to defend. Iguatu, however, ordered Ojerinde to enter his defense, adjourning the case until 16th of July. And now on to the foreign scene. The United States and China say they have agreed in a principle to a framework of de-escalating trade tensions between the world's two biggest economies. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick revealed that the deal should result in restrictions on rare earth minerals and magnets being resolved. According to reports, both sides agreed they would now take the plan to their presidents, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping, for approval. This announcement came 2 days after negotiations in London between top officials from Beijing and Washington. And to end the news, Manchester United has revived their interest in Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, considering a player plus cash offer involving Dutch forward Joseph Zirkzee in a bid to strike a deal with Napoli. According to reports, United are exploring alternative ways to meet Napoli's valuation for Osimhen, whose 75 million euro release clause remains a significant hurdle. Rather than activating the full clause, the Red Devils are reportedly working on a swap deal to reduce the overall cost. Zirkzee, who joined United for Bolanga last summer, registered 7 goals in 49 appearances across all competitions during the 2024 and 2025 season. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to the Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed Resilience and Growth in Uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Temitope Fabole, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there. Not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, Rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we are going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of, do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven, is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that, will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? And you're saying, I only live once, and I'm going to put this money here. I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way, and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us, we have to rethink our approach to be able to manage those sort of barriers that they are facing. But okay, what other benefits can you get today from an insurance policy? We do have benefit policies, and we have risk, pecuniary situations that could or could not happen.
Vice Chairman of the No Takafu Insurance Limited, Mr. Aminu Tuku, also threw light on how non-conventional insurance models can support market expansion during his presentation. The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversation, which underscored the urgent need for collaboration and innovation to grow Nigeria's insurance industry. Some of the attendees and speakers shared their key takeaways from the event, offering perspective on how the sector can remain competitive and inclusive in a fast-changing world.
And from research today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. But we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day.
The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is, they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right? And be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So for example, now, in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and, subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
The event concluded with a network session offering stakeholders an opportunity to forge partnerships and exchange ideas for the future of insurance in Nigeria. This is Indigwe Ifunaya reporting for BusinessDay TV.
So this talent management conference is a strategic gathering of CEOs, HR professionals, policymakers, and wellness advocates who are committed in different ways to building a resilient, productive people, having a primary focus on ensuring the well-being of our people.
Business Day Media held its Talent Management Conference on the 8th of April 2025. The conference brought together a spectacular corps of CEOs, top HR professionals, government policymakers, and wellness advocates committed to building resilient people-first organizations in Nigeria. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
With 74% of Nigerian employees reportedly disengaged at work and productivity losses exceeding billions of dollars annually, the urgency to rethink talent management in our organizations has never been greater. This conference serves as a vital platform to explore how aligning employee well-being with organizational goals can unlock untapped profitability and, of course, long-term competitiveness. From practical wellness initiatives to engagement-driven leadership models, this event offers actionable insights to Nigerian businesses ready to future-proof their organization's workforce.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Professor Akin Abayomi, Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, who made emphasis on employee well-being, health, among all the critical areas of well-being.
Your health as an employee, we have to make sure that you are a healthy person and that you're in a fit state to make the contribution for which you've been engaged to do. But at the same time, we don't want the workspace to contribute negatively to your health and well-being. And so the workspace is a complex environment from the moment you leave your home till the moment you get to your office, if you are doing a physical job, or if you are in a virtual space, that connectivity is important. So we look at even issues around commuting, transportation. How do you get to work? When you get to work, what is the comfort level of your work environment? What is the government doing in terms of policy around occupational health? What is the government doing about recreational spaces around your work environment? Do you have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work? And then you are dredging the fact that as you knock off, you're going to be spending another 2 or 3 hours commuting to get back home. So government's role is very holistic. Our job as government is to improve the livability of a system, of a city, to ensure that when you are in the space of a city, whether you're living with your family or you're working or you're commuting, that it is easy for you to be in that environment.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with an array of reputable speakers.
Wellness is encompassing. Wellness is very personal. I can't build a wellness initiative for you. You have to build it with me. And that's why we use what we call the EIP approach, employee involvement and participation. This comes with our 4 phases. And the first phase is we will have what we call the wellness risk assessment. I want to know what is about your health life, your financial disposition, what is your psychological state. And so we develop an evaluation tool that enables us to gather that data. Then we don't stop at that data, we probe further. So we come up with an holistic survey, and the survey, covers the total well-being of our employees. And we ask simple questions like, do you have a best friend at work? Because it matters. The emotional state of an employee matters. The social strata of an employee matters. And that helps us to build the initiatives. So we just don't stop at building, then we measure. Just like Menga said, it's very important. We have what we call wellness goals. So you start with your individualized wellness goal, which will now put together.
I'll come to measurements.
To measurements. And so, so it's very important. And finally, Wellness is beyond initiative. Wellness is a culture. So we weave it into our daily lives. We have things like you have daily stretches on your desk. We have Wednesday wellness tips that we tell you communication about wellness. We let you know what is going on within the public space. So thank you to our Honorable Commissioner. It's nice having you here, sir. So as you push out this information, and I think more information needs to go out to HR people so they can get the people aware what's going on out there. Because everybody needs wellness education. And you need to know that wellness just is beyond health. Is also financial. So when Otame was talking about how is our paycheck, I can probably say our paycheck is good because it's part of the strategy of the organization. Because if you don't have your people have that sense of wellness, sense of well-being, that platform to be the best of themselves, then how will you be productive?
So one of the things that I've found personally in relating with, I call them my colleagues. So, is I found that, every now and again, I just have non-work conversations. So, in fact, the very first time I did it, it came as it was like a shock. Everybody was like, what's going on? But I just had, because over time, maybe I've asked some information, your parents, your siblings, blah, blah, blah. So I just then ask personal, direct questions, how is your sister? I know she's in school. You guys lost your mom. How is she feeling? How is she handling? You are not in the country. And I'm just giving real life examples of some of the things that have happened and just having those conversations. And I could tell that, you could literally see some of their shoulders. It was like a weight just drop because they're like, oh, wow. So somebody sees me aside from just having to fulfill a role. So that was one of the ways that, because I realized that, sometimes we could ask for feedback. But then this feedback comes and then it's like it's just for information purposes. It's just to be able to say we gather data and nothing actually happens after that. So having those kind of conversations, non-work conversations, was one of the ways that I found was really engaging for the employees, because then after that, what they're then able to do is if they're having challenges in work, if they're having challenges outside of work, it's easy for them to then come and say, this is what is going on, how can we help? What can we do? Or can I take this? Or can I do this? And so that conversation is then easier to have because there's been, because I have then initiated conversations that have been non-work related.
The conference provided a vital platform to explore how aligning employees' mental, emotional, and physical well-being with organizational roles can unlock untapped profitability, productivity, long-term competitiveness in order to make the employees and Nigerian businesses stay connected and ready to future-proof their workforce. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference and thoughts on how to improve the well-being and engagement of the employees.
An enhanced leadership mindset really focused on driving the right level or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability.
I learned a lot. And you're from BusinessDay, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody's busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. You just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, BusinessDay. Please keep doing it.
Yeah, it's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Global Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right, in terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really, really, really interesting. That's a nice concept which I intend to employ going forward.
So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other people how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
The major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profit, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization.
In closing, the editor of Business Day, Tayo Fabwole, charged the audience to keep reflecting on the conversations from the conference, reiterating Business Day's commitment to keep reporting and championing these conversations. Norma Obona for Business Day Television.
Think essentially the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So yeah, make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot products, challenges that product could face are actually experienced within a controlled environment. And you know, having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for digital platform, I think it will go a long way, to help, the growth of, digital platforms in the country, and also, keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right? Which we expect that before December 2025, it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector? By incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya. You see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into a partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems, let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right. So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right. Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
BusinessDay, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by BusinessDay. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by BusinessDay. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then they're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched a technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by No. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by No, is to provide people a lifestyle to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by No. You're able to do knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads. And these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Raha by No, we should be able to encourage people to say, look, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or federal government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 Naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected. When we have floods or fires in the market, they can't survive. So we believe with the micro-takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so, because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry, and it would help us to get to our dream place very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first: food, housing, shelter, and now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have them, the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer, because like now we are expecting that is the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry, and it will improve the lots of the economy. Because if we're going to do this ritual economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that trillionaire economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your asset or in form of your life. And if you don't have that protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will not really appreciate the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do, we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with the RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, or they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business, is guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, could help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis, I'll say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So Whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cyber.
Welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Inyobong Iwok. This week, we'll be paying attention to the coalition being led by Atiku Abubakar. The plot by opposition politicians to form a united front to challenge President Bola Tinubu's re-elections appear to be gaining steam in recent weeks as the race toward the 2027 general election begins. Led by Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) presidential candidate in 2023 general election, Nasir El-Rufai, former Kaduna State Governor, Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, the opposition leaders have promised to give the ruling APC a run for its money and change the political narrative in 2027. But with the two leading opposition parties, the PDP and the AP, emerge in crisis, it is not clear which political platform the coalition plan to use to contest the general election. Joining us on Inside Politics today to discuss the coalition and also assess President Tinubu's 2 years in office is Fabi Oladimeji. Oladimeji is a close ally of Atiku and served as the director of support groups for the PDP Presidential Campaign Council in 2023. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Inside Politics.
My brother, thank you. Good afternoon. It's good to be here
see
with
you.
you.
Good to see you. It's been
Thank
a while. A lot of Nigerians have been maybe anxious to know what the coalition, how they are going to challenge the APC, how they are being formed. We have been hearing so many stories of leaders coming together. We saw the summit the group had, Northern Politician had last week in Abuja. But I think the question a lot of people want to, if they see you personally in the street of Lagos or Abuja or anywhere in the country, will be, what state is the coalition now? In terms of planning.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, one, for bringing me, and thank you, listeners. First, I'd like to say that the need for coalition didn't just come up from the blues. It was after careful assessment of the current state of the nation, the current state of governance, and then what the APC government has been doing in the last 2 years. Leaders of thought felt they need to come together and see how they can actually step in, how they can rescue this country, how they can redeem the country, because of the belief that the country is not faring better, it's not faring well. And no thanks to the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who came with the package and said he was a master, he did it in Lagos. And at that time, we told them he did nothing in Lagos. We knew the number of projects he did in 8 years. We knew how Lagos was made dry. We told them that, but all those, that's the history. And we'll see what is happening now. Because some of us then believed that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then as a candidate, did not prepare for leadership, he didn't prepare for governance. It may have been his long life ambition, but he didn't prepare for it. So these people, these leaders came together and felt, no, this is about this country. The coalition is not about Atiku. It's not about El-Rufai. It's not about Peter Obi. It's about the need to rescue and redeem this country. It's about the need to reset the order. That's why they have come together. And then I can tell you they are doing a lot for the sake of this country to ensure that the country is recovered from the hands of people who are not prepared for governance, who are not prepared for leadership. So that's exactly what they're doing. So far, so good. They've been able to achieve a lot of milestones that I'm not authorized to speak, on the television. But in due course, everybody who has asked him or herself that am I better off now than 2 years ago, and if the answer is affirmatively no, they should wait for coalition. But if you feel that you are better off in the last today than 2 years ago, then you can continue to follow them. So we are appealing to Nigerians that the coalition has come to stay. That the coalition is the question of purpose, and the purpose is how to recover the country for the Nigerian people, how to reset the order for the Nigerian people. It's about Nigerian people. And these people that are driving it understand this very much. They are not coming to government because they want to feed their stomach. Everybody knows who Atiku Abubakar is. Everybody knows who Erufai Peter Obi is. So unlike what we are seeing in APC, in fact, those who are joining there is because of what the building can get, their stomach and everything. So in one shot, coalition has come to stay, is coming up. A lot of things is being done, is at 90%, completion. As soon as possible, they will come up with a decision they have taken and how they are going to
the opposition parties are in disarray. What platform are you using? The PDP is in emerging crisis. You say you want to move to SDP. The APC have infiltrated the party. What platform are you using to actualize this ambition? Is it the ADC? A lot of people are afraid that the ADC too, the APC have actually infiltrated that ADC too.
I want to implore them to be patient. Those who are driving the coalition process know what they are doing, and in due course they will come out and announce the platform that they are going to use. Mark you, it is just now that we are seeing it the way it is, and we saw some unprincipled politicians jumping into APC because APC is the ruling government. In every election cycle, we experience this kind of thing. And if anybody tells me the opposition is in disarray, yes, opposition is in disarray because they've lost focus. They've lost the real essence of being in opposition. And we can see what's happening in PDP, where we have the likes of Minister of FCT, staying in the party and destroying the party, hiding under President Tinubu's banner to destroy his own party. Even when Obasanjo was in government, it wasn't this way. And I tell anybody who cares to listen, exactly what President Tinubu is doing now was what MPC did in First Republic that brought down MPC. It was the same thing MPN did. When MPN first came in their first time, it was MPN power. In their second term, going to election, they became MPN superpower. They became so arrogant. They were poaching into other states. And that's exactly what killed them. PDP became so arrogant at some point. And that was what brought them back. So APC is going to go down the drain too. There's no two ways to it.
The fear among some Nigerians is that you don't really have much time. 2027, if you say it's so far, it's just here. Next year, by this time, we'll be looking at the primaries. If the PDP as it is, it's appeared the party have said they don't buy into this coalition. The governors met some weeks ago and they said they don't support this coalition. If you say you want to register a new party now, you don't seem to have much time. A lot of people fear that the coalition may not be able to build a structure that may be enough to challenge APC if you decide to, because it appears that the way things are now, the coalition cannot use Labour Party, cannot use PDP with the way it's going, because the leaders of those parties, apart from the fact that those parties are in disarray, the leaders seem not to buy into this idea of coalition. So, are you not raising against time if you want to form a new party? How do you begin to build structures across the country? Would that not work against you, considering the fact you are facing
in my brother, why can't you wait? Election is 2027. Election is a process. It's not a dash speed. It's a process. And I tell you, at every point in time, INEC timetable is not yet out. So the coalition still have time to prepare whatever they want to do to go into election. They know what is at stake. So the moment, and let's INEC is not about, even INEC is not going to register any party anymore. They're not going to do that because they are following what the presidents want, because president wanted to turn Nigeria to one-party state.
Yes.
We have seen all of that. The handwriting is clear, but it's not going to work in Nigeria. It's not going to work. I just gave you a cited example of what happened in the past. People don't learn from history. This was not the way they did it. Even when Obasanjo was in power, like I told you, he didn't poach on. He didn't guard the opposition like this so that he can win. He did this systematically and through electoral process. That was why Obasanjo was able to win 5 states out of 6 states in the Southwest, as some other states they did. So, as far as I'm concerned, the leaders of coalition who are well experienced when it comes to it. Some of those who even brought in APC in those days were part of this one. They know what they do. They know how to do it. They know how to go about it. And let us watch and see whether they will be able to get a platform or not. But I tell you, there's a platform. And that platform will be announced very soon. That every people who are so dissatisfied with this current leadership, and in any case, this is not about political problem. There are other parties that are ready. If people say they are not ready, the governors of PDP say they are not ready for coalition, it's a problem. Let me tell you, in 2015, if Buhari and if Tinubu had not left Lagos to go and meet Buhari and other critical stakeholders that for APC won't be alive today, it won't be alive. So it wasn't about party. This one is not going to be about party. Like I do tell people, one of the mistakes again that APC is doing is that they are chasing the elites. Why the coalition are discussing and in bed and engaging the citizens? This is what we are saying. This election is not going to be determined by what the government says.
How true is it? How true is it that the coalition planners are thinking of using the ADC as a platform?
They are doing what?
How true is it that the ADC is being considered as a platform?
There are not only there are many platforms. There are many platforms that are being considered. Not just about 2, 3, 4 platforms are being considered. They've not zeroed on anyone. When anyone they eventually zeroed on, they will announce to Nigerians, and the process will begin. So nobody should feel. The only persons that I see that are jittery and that are afraid there is the APC and Tinubu, because Tinubu is sweating. He knows what these people can do. So any other person that you see talking, they're just talking from a standpoint of those who do not even have information. But Tinubu, that the thing is affecting, knows that he's sweating inside because he knows that there's a problem. And that's why you see them, they are doing to want to make sure that they first came with the narrative that it's a South-North thing. Before people told them, no, it's not about us. It is about Nigerians that are hungry. It's about Nigerians that are being killed every day. It's about the economy that is not working. It's about the poverty and hunger. And look at Global Hunger Index in 2024. Look at the report. We are number 18 in 18th position. We are being ranked along Sudan, a war-torn country. Look at the level of the debt. When Tinubu came on board, he met 43 trillion debt. Now it has gone to 146 trillion, about 150%. Then they are now asking for another loan. Look at the total of public debt. Another one, at the end of the day, all this debt will go about over 200 trillion. Where are we going with all of this? Why Nigerians are suffering? Why Nigerians are in pain? The National Assembly are living fat. They are padding the budget, putting all sort of money in the budget. All the things, everything that this government has done is to support the rich and make the poor poorer. Okay, ask them, where is the middle class now? There's no middle class. They've finished middle class. Now middle class has gone to lower class. Now when the lower class has no space again, where do they go? They die. That's what this government is doing. All the policy day in day out is just to support the rich.
Are you saying the APC is deliberately killing the opposition? What is happening? What you are saying with the opposition now?
No. What I'm saying is they are weapon. See, dealing with opposition is politics. I'm talking of Nigerians weaponizing poverty. That is what this government is doing.
We are still coming to that, but this coalition now. Some people are wondering if Atiku, we have been hearing, if you look at the dailies recent weeks, people are saying Atiku should not contest. Atiku should not contest. That this is the turn of the South. That the South have to use 2 years. 8 years. And will Atiku willing to drop his ambition if this coalition coming to his form fully?
Listen, why would Atiku drop his ambition for anybody? And they have to really convince me why Atiku will drop his ambition for anyone for that matter. Why are they not telling Mr. President to drop his ambition despite his failure not to run again in 2027? Why did they tell Mr. President that? On what ground? This is the question. On what ground should Atiku drop his ambition? Is it because he doesn't have the experience? Is it because he's not capable? He's not a Nigerian? Or he ran foul of every constitutional provision? They should tell me. Is he not healthy?
People talk about his age and also that is the turn of the South.
What has age? Now the question is, what has age got to do with leadership? What has in the ladder of leadership? Hierarchy, did you see age there? Did anybody see age there? What is it? President Biden he left government. He refused. He stopped from contesting because of his health. Did Atiku have any health issue? They should go and interrogate his age. Those who are saying that are afraid. They are so scared of Atiku. They know that he will always win them. He has always won. They have always manipulated it. That is the fear. That is the sentiment. So just tell me why he should. Why he should. Just tell me. Who are you bringing that is better than Atiku? That has more experience, that has more capacity, that has what it takes, that has shown capacity that I can lead this country. Tell me, they should tell me the ground why Atiku should not run. Is it running for a constitutional provision? And if Atiku is going to run, he's doing so because he's empowered by constitution to do so.
People have also talked about that. Buhari is from the north. Buhari spent 8 years. That is the turn of the south. That the south have to spend 8 years.
That is sentiment. It's fallacy. It's fallacious innuendos. Where is it written in the Constitution? If you want to run, go to the field now. If you don't like Atiku, vote him out. If you don't like Tinubu, vote him out. It's as simple as that. You don't have to tell anybody to step down for anybody. In a democratic constitution, democracy guarantees freedom to contest, association freedom, and everything. So why would you not step somebody down for? Who are you stepping Atiku down for? That's the question. What does that person have that Atiku does not have? These are the questions they must tell me.
So are you saying that those people making all this statement, Atiku should not, they are afraid of his candidacy?
They're afraid of Atiku. That is and it's being sponsored. It's a propaganda that's being sponsored by APC people. And of course, that is what Wike has been banded, and every other and all these APC people that are so scared that are failed Nigerians.
What we have been hearing, what we have also been hearing is that this election will be a battle between the north and the south. We've been seeing that the APC have been gaining road in terms of coercing governors. I mean, some governors within the south here to join the party.
Let me tell you what they did. Let me tell you what they did to the governor.
What did they do?
They kidnapped them, and the ransom for kidnapping is what they are doing.
But when you say kidnap, that is not a word to be used.
That is metaphorically. They're not as this. In the recent, they were kidnapped, and when you are kidnapped, you pay for that. You pay. Ransom is moving to APC. Let us look at this. Just hold on, please. Is the public knowledge why Okowa joined APC?
Why did he join APC? We don't know. I don't know why he joined APC.
It's a public knowledge. You may claim you don't know. Okowa was recently invited by the anti-graft agency. And after that one, he came back and he said, I am going to APC. If APC, they are very sensible. Somebody that is facing anti-corruption charges, you now welcome him into your party. Does that speak anything to you, my brother, or anybody listening to us? Let us reason. This is not statement, this is not politics. You claim you are fighting corruption. Somebody is having serious corruption charges running into trillions, and that is the person you welcome into your party, and you are embracing him. You want to bring. Please, my brother, this is not sentimental. Let's just reason.
But some of those governors have said the reason why they are dumping PDP or thinking of dumping PDP is because the party is in crisis, and they cannot guarantee that they are going to win. They are going to win their state in 2027.
That is not true. That is not true. They just want to survive. All the PDP governors that are in bed with APC, you see now it has one leg in today, one leg in out. Now a lot of them wants to. Oh my goodness, they want to survive. The first time governor wants to secure their ticket for second term. The second term governor wants to make sure that they bring in their successor. These are all the things. This is exactly what I'm saying, that this is not about the people at all. It's about the selfish interest of these individuals. And that is why none of them will determine where 27 goes. Nigerians will determine. None of them will determine where we're going. No governor will tell us anything and will listen because it's all about them.
So what you are saying,
it's all about them.
Okay, what you are saying is that this coalition, Atiku is likely to be the candidate. Would there be a primary?
I don't know. I'm not saying that. I don't know. I'm not saying that because it's going to go through the process of all the process of there's going to be primaries. And whoever wins, every other person, because they've all signed an accord. No, they have an understanding that it's about rescue. It's not about individuals' ambition. So, and we're going to go through the whole hog of the process. So whoever wins, because that's the only way. That's the only way. Look at what they did in 2015. Atiku contested. Tinubu, Buhari contested. Kwaku also contested. Buhari won. They supported him, and that's it. And so we're going to have a better repeat of 2015 in 2027. Go and write it down.
There are fears that
these people have pushed their individual ambition aside. They have put the nation forward. Unlike the APC, since they came into this government, they have lost focus and direction. They started campaigning for 2027 when they have not, and that's the reason they are not performing.
INEC has not even announced the election times table, but we are seeing so many electionary activities across the country.
You see them go to Abuja Airport Road, go to Asokoro all over Abuja. You see billboard of Mr. President for 2027 in 2 years to election, and nobody is talking about that. If that has been done, you see billboard sign, but if that has been done by Peter Obi or Atiku or anybody, police would have begun to hand them down. FCT minister would have issued a statement. INEC would have issued a statement that is not being done. You journalists are not reporting it. No, this is not it. But honestly speaking, media has turned blind eyes to it, and that is it.
The media is doing it everywhere. The media is trying. If you look at them, they are trying within their limit. The fear.
I'm not saying that this is obvious. This is obvious.
The fear among Nigerians is that this correlation, personal ambition of some of these politicians will likely, if care is not taken, may likely divide the coalition ahead of 2027. Sharing opposition.
Now they should wait till then. Nobody should worry. They should wait till then. It's simple. They should wait. Whether it's going to be, you don't have to be apprehensive of what has not happened now. Why are they getting apprehensive? If it's going to let them wait now. They still have time to decide whatever they want to do. If they see that it's not working, fine. They should wait. These are people that have resolved that this is about Nigeria, it's not about them. They should wait, and they're acting true to it.
What do this coalition have to offer? Most of the people who are making all this coalition are El-Rufai, Wike, Amechi, Atiku. These are guys who have been in public office before. Governors, they hardly did not look at poverty index in Kaduna State. It's high. Amechi did not do too much in River State also. A lot of all these politicians that were in the public who have been accused of one issues or the other. A lot of people fear that they may not be able to. They will not offer much when they win election in 2027 and get to public office. That people should not expect much from them because they have been in public office in the past.
Well, all those ones are disputable narratives, as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't matter. So President Tinubu was not in the office in the past. What are they saying?
What I'm saying is that people are calling for a new face, a young breed politician who understand the narrative, who understand what the challenges the everyday Nigerian face in the street.
I don't know what you mean by that. That a young face is that what brings about good governance? We have seen where younger people are in power and they messed up. We can't continue to mention names. That's not what we are saying. We are talking of people who have empathy, who have capacity to lead, who have the vision, the required vision to lead the country, who have program to lead the country. Not all these people that are not. You think being a governor because you are 50 years old, that's what makes you a president, a good president? No, that is not it. It's more than that. All those are sentiments that are the fallacious innuendos that doesn't add up for someone like me. Because what makes a president is bigger than that. Nigeria is too big for somebody who is inexperienced to say how to rule because I'm young. How does that work? How does that add up for us? So is the age that they used to do it now? No.
This administration celebrated 2 years, May 29, 2 years in office. What is your assessment of some of his reform policies?
My take about all this thing is that no matter the policy you are pursuing as a government, no matter how laudable you feel it is, as long as it does not have direct impact on the people, tilted in favor of the rich, not the poor. It's against the poor. It's against the poor. See what happened just recently. Let me give you a classical example. NIMC, NIMC, this is Nigeria Identity Management Commission.
Yes.
Just hike the price for getting what should have been basic right of Nigerian people by 75%. Increase the price for it. They now say they have VIP protocols. If you want to do that, there's something you are going to, and amount you are going to pay. It should have been something that Easily, you go to the point, you get and let it go. They get your information. Look, I'm just giving you an example. Yes. Everything this government is doing, all the policy year in, year out, in and out, is against the people. It's in favor of the rich people. And we can't succeed, we can't survive as a country like that. It's not possible. It's not possible. So whatever the policy they think they have been doing, the reform they have been doing, it does not have direct impact on the people. Look at the economy, look at the inflation rate now. Inflation is about over 30%. They met it at 20-something%. And they will tell you it's not that they are not the one who made it. Why did you come into power? Well, you came because you felt you can fix it. It means you cannot fix it. Then leave the way for those who can fix it.
You are close to Atiku. Atiku also promised to remove fuel subsidy in 2020 election. During his campaign, he promised removal of fuel subsidy. Are you saying that policy was wrong, or the way it was carried out?
Every principal candidate talked about removal of fuel subsidy, but the approaches are different. Atiku said, yes, I'm going to remove it, but it's not going to be like the way APC did their own. He said it's going to be in phases, and he cited the example of what they are trying to do when he was vice president of Obasanjo. So you don't do that kind of thing. It was like that time that CBN was molding up a lot of things together, and we saw what happened to our monetary policy. So now the same thing just came and just removed it without any mitigating measures already on ground and all that. That is the essence. You floated your naira, see what it has led, where it has led us. Inflation kept increasing, see where it has led us. Food prices, everything, see where it has led us. Because they were not well thought out. They were not prepared for governance. They were never prepared for it. They just wanted to be president.
What do you think the best way this administration can tackle the spate of insecurity? The killings. We saw what happened in Benue yesterday. Every day we will hear the killings in the North Central.
That's exactly what we're saying. This government is the most disconnected government with the government. They are the most incompetent in the last 2 years they came in.
What should the government be doing to tackle insecurity? What do you expect the government to be doing to tackle insecurity?
Why should I be telling them what they should be doing? They are there now. They have more information than me now. They should go and think, sit down and think outside the box in tackling the security. In fact, one of the best ways to tackle insecurity is to develop your economy. When your economy is working, insecurity will drop. The economy is not working. So what do you expect? How do you expect? Because all of these things work together. If the economy is working, if our youth are gainfully employed, everything is okay, they have their basic things, they go into crime. A lot of them go into crime. So let us look at our education, look at the health sector, look at the way they are. And lots of money are going to all of these things year in, year out.
But the government has said some of this. You don't believe what the government said, that most of these people killing, most of the people doing the killings in the North Central, Benue, Plateau are foreigners. You don't believe that narrative?
I don't know. I don't think so. If they are foreigners, why can't you handle your border very well? That's why I said people like Atiku, because of his experience, who has manned our border, who has secured our border before, who will secure Nigeria better than these people. Because Atiku has been there as the top rank customs officer who has secured our border. So you know what to do to secure our border. If they are foreigners, how are the foreigners coming in? How are they getting ammunition they are using? How are they communicating? Can you say you are the government and you don't have answers to all of this? Then why are you there? Get out of the place. That's what we're saying.
What is Atiku's view on restructuring? Which is on the front border?
Atiku's view on restructuring has been is like something that is on the seat that you can even see. He talked about it. He talked about economic restructuring, geographical, political, and everything. What he wanted is, we don't need a bogus federal government. We want every state to develop at their pace. Federal government has no business, for instance. You only have business with the defense, financial regulation, and all whatnot. Federal government has no business in health. They have no business in education. You should go to states. Federal government has no business in agriculture. These are the things we're talking about. Southwest has its peculiar nature. We develop it in that line. The technology, education, and all that. South, that is the oil place. Make it look like Qatar. Make it look like all this Middle East. South is industrialization and all that. So these are the things we're talking about, so that every state can develop in their own pace. Make all the money, control your resources, and pay something to the center. Now, this is what we are
rounding up now. The former Abia State governor, who's the senator, Oji Zokalu, said insecurity in the North Central and other part of the country have been sponsored to give this administration a bad name. How do you react to what he said?
If you give us, since he has the information, if you give us the intelligence, if you release the intelligence and let us know, since he knows them, you should mention their name in public. You should tell Nigerians who is convinced with evidence that these are people that are sponsoring it. You don't have to hide. Since you have it, you want to help this country. That's what you should do. If you want to help your president, that's what you should do. Not go on TV and be talking and not corroborate what you are saying so that people can really understand what you are saying. No, it doesn't work for me like that. Bring them out. Mention the names since you have evidence. Mention the names. Help the country.
Finally, sir, give us a bit? How true is it? Atiku is planning to work with Peter Obi as his running mate in 2027. I know you are. I know you are close to Atiku. I mean, is this true? Be reported in the media. It's everywhere. I'm not saying you should deny it, but give me one or two. How true is it? I know they want to go in 2019, and you are part of that. A big part of the Atiku's team that worked with Peter Obi in 2019. Are we likely going to see that team work again?
Now let me answer you with like this. Number one, I may be close to the former vice president, the national leader and the national leader of the opposition. He has not called me to tell me he's going to run. I'm equally close to Peter Obi. He has not told me he's going to run. So I don't know why people are just jumping guns and making all sort of conjecture that are not even existing. That's number. Number two is the fact that Atiku, Peter Obi, El-Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, and a host of others, including me, were in opposition today. And the idea, the objective is all opposition must come together, drop whatever it is. Let us focus on rescuing this country. If you have not killed a rat, what do you want to share? So, as far as I know, Peter Obi, Atiku are working together to rescue this country. Peter Obi, Amechi, El-Rufai, myself, and a host of others that we cannot mention, they are all working together to redeem this country from the failed leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is what, as far as I know. So when you see them together, it's for a common purpose, to redeem this country.
Thank you very
much. To rescue
much.
Nigeria. You can call them any name you want to call them, but you can't take it away from them that they are passionate about rescuing this country. And by the grace of God, we are going to support them to rescue this country.
Thank you very much, Fabi Oladimeji, a close ally of Atiku Abubakar, and also he was the head of the support group Atiku campaign team 2023 general election. Thanks for being on Inside Politics. Good to have you. Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. That's the program for this week. You join us Inside Politics on bdtv, same time next week. My name is Inyobong Iwok. Have a lovely day. Good afternoon.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.